Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, is about to arrive at the venue. We will be telecasting his live arrival. You all are requested to kindly be seated. A gentle reminder again, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode, please. Thank you. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. A gentle reminder again, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to kindly maintain silence in the hall. And also a reminder, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We are pleased to inform you that our Chief Minister, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, has arrived at the venue. The ceremony is about to commence shortly. I request you all to kindly maintain silence as we prepare to welcome him into the hall. Thank you all for your cooperation. A gentle reminder, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode as we prepare to welcome our Honorable HFM into the hall. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Please rise and warmly welcome our chief guest of the day, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji. Can I have a big round of applause? It is our pleasure to welcome the Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava ji. We take this opportunity to welcome Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Shri Harsh Mangla ji. We extend our warm welcome to Drugs Controller Journal of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji. We are delighted to welcome Secretary cum Scientific Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Dr. V. Kalai Selvan ji. Let's have a big round of applause to our dignitaries on the dais. We shall now begin the formal proceedings of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026 release ceremony. As we stand on the second day of this new year, a time of fresh aspirations and global hope, it is a profound privilege and honor to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, distinguished experts, officials from the Office of HFM, representatives from industry, academia, and media partners. We are gathered here at the iconic Dr. Ambedkar International Center, a venue that reflects the stature of the milestone we celebrate today. There could be no more auspicious way to commence the year than with the official release of 10th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia, IP 2026. As the world looks towards this new year with optimism, IPC presents this 10th edition as a first resolute step towards a Viksit Bharat in healthcare. This release is not merely a publication in India, it's India's New Year gift to the global healthcare community, a reaffirmation of a pledge to ensure that every medicine originating from our soil meets the highest standards of quality, safety, and excellence for the year and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored and privileged to welcome a distinguished leader who has dedicated his life to the service of our nation. Under his visionary leadership, the health and welfare of our citizens have reached new heights. And the pharmaceutical industry has also seen unprecedented growth and innovation. Please join me in extending a warm and respectful welcome to our chief guest, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Let's give him a big round of applause. Sir, we are grateful for your presence today here. As we commence this auspicious ceremony, we welcome our honored dignitaries with adjoined planters, enduring symbol of health and traditional wisdom. I now request Dr. V. Kalai Selvan, Secretary cum Scientific Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, to formally welcome our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister, Health and Family Welfare, Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, by presenting an adjoined planter. I further request Dr. V. Kalai Selvan sir to extend a heartfelt welcome to the dignitaries on the dais. Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Shri Harsh Mangla ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, Drugs Controller, Journal of India. Thank you, sir. To formally commence our proceedings, I have distinct honor of inviting Dr. V. Kalai Selvan, Secretary cum Scientific Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. I request sir to deliver the welcome address and provide us with a visionary overview of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026. Sir, the floor is yours.
Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, the Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Shri Harsh Mangla ji, Drugs Controller General, CDSO, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, dignitaries of the dais, invited guests and delegates. Today is the historical day for Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission as our Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, is going to release the 10th edition of the Indian Pharmacopoeia, that is IP 2026. Sir, we extend a very warm welcome to you. Your visionary leadership continues to inspire and strengthen our commitment towards ensuring quality, safety and efficacy of medicines, not only for our citizens, for the global community. I also extend my respectful welcome to the Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava ji, for being with us today and gracing the occasion. Let me also welcome Joint Secretary, Shri Harsh Mangla ji, and DCJ, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji. I have a great pleasure in welcoming all the experts, delegates, and the stakeholders, students, those who are present over here. While welcoming all of them, we are happy to inform you that we have brought this timely edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia, 10th edition. As our Honorable Ministry is going to launch the 10th edition, let me quickly give a brief update about the Indian Pharmacopoeia, that is upcoming edition. While developing 3,340 monographs for this edition, we have taken domestic need as per the regulatory requirements, while complying the international norms, and also taken care of the emerging global challenges of drugs and pharmaceuticals. We are very happy to share with you that there are 21 monographs under the chemical category exclusively only in Indian Pharmacopoeia, which are not present in any other pharmacopoeia. So those 21 chemical category monographs intended for the use of antimicrobial, antidiabetic, anti-cancer, etc. I am very happy to share with you that Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is committed to contribute the Anemia Mukt Bharat. First time we are introducing the drug standard, namely ferric carboxymaltose, which is being used for the treatment of anemia. So this is again the biggest contribution to the Government of India Ministry of Health program, particularly reducing the or eliminating the anemia. So we will be happy to contribute anemia Mubarak. And Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission also committed to ensure the quality and safety of vaccines used in vulnerable population. The upcoming edition of IP, that is IP 2026, we have covered 20 monographs of vaccines used in various vulnerable population. So we have been happy to share with you that 100% accomplishment to universal immunization program where all the vaccines are used. When it comes to TB Mukt Bharat, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission continuously contributing to TB Mukt Bharat. When we look at the monograph, we have developed all the monographs standards used in TB program. There are first time monograph bedaquiline, which is used in the multi-drug resistant TB, which is going to appear in the first time Indian Pharmacopoeia, which is not available in any other pharmacopoeia. Again, I am very happy to share with you that Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission contributed significantly for the bedaquiline, both quality and safety. When it comes to the bedaquiline safety, Indian Pharmacopoeia is the first, Commission is the first organization globally to generate the safety data through active pharmacovigilance for bedaquiline. Now for quality also, IP is going to have the monograph on bedaquiline, which is going to be the first pharmacopoeia to introduce monograph of bedaquiline. Similarly, when it comes to the cancer, we have given equal emphasis to biosimilar standards also. So this time many biotechnology-derived monographs are going to appear in the Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026. One of the best example is trastuzumab, which is intended for the use of breast cancer. So this is again the biotechnology-derived monograph, first time in IP. When we talk about Indian Pharmacopoeia, we are also equally committed to ensure the identity, strength and purity of individual monograph where we require Indian Pharmacopoeia reference substances. So currently globally we are third rank when it comes to the total inventory. So again Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission committed and to share with you that we are fulfilling the Atmanirbhar Bharat for our own requirement. We are also exporting IPRS to 11 countries across the globe. Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission's products and services are 100% digitalized in order to ensure the vision of Digital India. When it comes to IP, we have both printed version and online version. Similarly, IPRS services are also online. We have introduced ADR reporting system, ADRMS software, as well as mobile app for adverse event reporting. Recently, one of the important initiatives introduced by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission was appreciated globally, including by WHO, that is QR code for adverse event reporting to empower all the stakeholders to report. And when the next edition of National Formulary of India, this is also going to be digitalized. The work has been completed to launch very soon. So once again, on behalf of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, I cordially invite all the stakeholders to this historic event guided by our commitment to promote quality and safety of medicines. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for outlining the rigorous scientific journey and collaborative efforts that has culminated in this 10th edition. It is now my privilege to invite Ms. Punya Salila Srivastava, ma'am, Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to please address the August campaign. Please, ma'am.
Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, Dr. Kalai Selvam, my colleagues on the dais, Dr. Raghuvanshi and Harsh Mangla, all the members of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, representatives of regulatory bodies, industry, academia, members of the media, dear students. Greetings on the Foundation Day of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission to all of you. And it's good that it is coinciding with the release of the Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026. It is a very important operational milestones in India's drug regulatory system. And I'm extremely grateful to the Honorable Minister for honoring us on this occasion and gracing it with his presence. This 10th edition, which will come into effect from 1st July 2026, as we can all make out, it is the outcome of sustained technical work, expert review, and structured consultation. And I congratulate all the stakeholders for this phenomenal task. Along with updating the Indian Pharmacopoeia as well as its growing global recognition, the ministry is actively working with the drug regulator, with the industries, and with the Indian academia to improve the drug regulatory landscape. So you must be already aware of the revision of the Schedule M, the good manufacturing practices, the institutionalization of risk-based inspection, and the adoption of digitized approval systems. So we are working towards ensuring that we meet the international, the global standards, the WHO standards, and enhance our regulatory efficiency. And the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is a very, very important partner in this whole process. They have, over the last 2 years, they have also supported a lot of these initiatives, both through their laboratory systems as well as through their academic strength. Dear friends, in the National Health Policy, it is very specifically mentioned that we have to strengthen and rationalize the drug regulatory system. We have to promote research and development in the pharmaceutical sector and build synergy and evolve with a convergent approach with related sectors. And that's, I feel that IPC, by taking care of the national program, is contributing deeply towards this aspect of the policy. They are also, through their work, ensuring that drug innovation and discovery proceeds forward in a seamless manner. It also helps with our public procurement policies. So therefore, I congratulate the team for their commitment towards patient safety and public health. Their pharmacovigilance program is also very active. So for all of these achievements, I congratulate all of you. I hope that the technical sessions today are also very fruitful, productive, and fulfilling, and I hope that the students who are here get an opportunity to actively participate with the luminaries in the field. I am again deeply grateful to the Honorable Union Minister for gracing this occasion. So it is because of your leadership that in this sector we have been advancing regulatory collaboration, strengthening the pharmacopoeia standards, and working towards the shared objective of health for all, which is also our goal in the Viksit Bharat 2047 agenda. Thank you. Jai Hind.
A sincere gratitude to you, ma'am, for your encouraging words. वर्ष 2026 में भारतीय भेषज संहिता आयोग, इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन, देश के करोड़ों नागरिकों के लिए एक ऐसी भेंट लेकर आया है जो औषधियों की क्वालिटी, सेफ्टी और इफेक्टिवनेस का प्रतीक है। इंडियन फार्माकोपिया 2026 न केवल साइंटिफिक एक्सीलेंस का प्रतीक है, बल्कि पब्लिक हेल्थ की सुरक्षा का एक सशक्त आधार भी है। We now arrive at the most awaited and defining moment of today's ceremony. With utmost respect, I invite our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister for Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, to kindly release the Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026. May I also request our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to join this historic event.
The 10th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users in both print and digital versions. To procure print version of IP 2026, please visit www.ipc.gov.in, and to access IP 2026 online version, please visit www.iponline.ipc.gov.in. IPC has also established IP reference standards which can be purchased from www.onlinehistory.ipc.gov.in. For more information, please visit IPC website.
बहुत धन्यवाद। Honorable Minister, sir, with the publication of 10th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission has truly lived up to the mantra "Nation First, Rashtra Sarvopari", जिसका मूल उद्देश्य है देश की हर नागरिक तक सुरक्षित, गुणवत्तायुक्त और प्रभावी औषधियों की उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित करना। ये फार्माकोपिया भारत के जन स्वास्थ्य को सर्वोपरि रखने की हमारी सामूहिक प्रतिबद्धता को प्रतीक करता है। Honorable Minister, sir, you have always encouraged us and guided us with your vision and leadership. It is our privilege that this august gathering is assembled to hear your thoughts. We respectfully invite you to kindly deliver keynote address. Please, sir.
मैडम श्रीवास्तव जी, जो सेक्रेटरी हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, डॉक्टर कलई सेल्वम जी, सेक्रेटरी कम साइंटिफिक डायरेक्टर IPC, राजीव रघुवंशी जी, ड्रग कंट्रोल ब्यूरो ऑफ इंडिया, हर्ष मंगला जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर, सीनियर ऑफिशियल्स ऑफ द मिनिस्ट्री, हमारे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री के, हमारे एकेडमिया, हमारे मेंबर्स IPC के, प्रिंट मीडिया और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया के मेरे साथी, और मैं देख रहा हूँ मेरे साथ जिन्होंने लंबे समय काम किया भी बैठे हैं वो भी, और हमारे प्रिय साथी देवी और सज्जनों, सबसे पहले तो आज जब मैं यहाँ फार्माकोपिया कमीशन की दृष्टि से जो एडिशन का रिलीज करने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सबको वर्ष 2026 के आगमन आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। आपको इस बात के लिए भी शुभकामना देता हूँ कि फार्माकोपिया कमीशन ने 17 साल पूरे कर लिए हैं। It has completed its 17 years and now it is entering into the 18th year. So I also congratulate Pharmacopoeia Commission on foundation day. और बहुत खुशी की बात है कि जब हम फार्माकोपिया कमीशन के द्वारा जब उनका उसका 18th मिलकर कर रहे हैं, तो हम फार्माकोपिया का जो 10th एडिशन है उसको भी आज हमने रिलीज किया है, और वो आज भारत के लिए और दुनिया के लिए एक तरीके से वरदान भी सिद्ध होगा, और फार्माकोपिया की दुनिया में वह एक अपना स्थान बनाएगा। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। हम जानते हैं कि इंडियन फार्माकोपिया ने जो काम किया है वो एक तरीके से उसने रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम की नींव को रखा है और उसको सुदृढ़ किया है, उसको मजबूत बनाया है, और इसके साथ साथ क्वालिटी में बेंचमार्क स्थापित करने का जो रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम को ने लागू करना है, उसको जो बेंचमार्क्स देने का काम किया है वो फार्माकोपिया कमीशन ने किया है। इसलिए उसके माध्यम से क्वालिटी, सेफ्टी, एफिकेसी, इन सब चीज़ों पर विशेष करके ध्यान देने का काम फार्माकोपिया कमीशन ने किया है। और मैं ये कह सकता हूँ इस 17 साल की यात्रा में एक बहुत छोटी अवधि में एक बहुत लंबी यात्रा फार्माकोपिया कमीशन ने की है। इसके लिए मैं उनको बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। अभी कलई सेल्वम साहब ने आपको बताया कि कुल मिलाकर के इस एडिशन में 121 नए मोनोग्राफ्स ऐड हुए हैं। कुल मिलाकर के 3,340 मोनोग्राफ्स हमारे फार्माकोपिया कमीशन की तरफ से जुड़े हैं, और उसी तरीके से इसमें जो पब्लिक की हेल्थ नीड्स हैं और जो हमारे एडवांसेस हैं टेक्नोलॉजी के, उसको भी ध्यान में रखते हुए, और जो भारत का का जो रोल, एक्सपैंडिंग रोल है दुनिया में, उन सब चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए, ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन को भी हम ध्यान में रखते हुए, ये फार्माकोपिया कमीशन के जो ये 10th एडिशन है, इसने इन सब चीज़ों को इनकॉर्पोरेट करने का काम किया है। इसके लिए मैं विशेष करके आपको बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। ये जो नए मोनोग्राफ्स हैं, इसका बहुत सीधा लाभ भारत को जो मिलने वाला है, वो जो हमारा नेशनल ट्यूबरकुलोसिस एलिमिनेशन प्रोग्राम है, उसमें यह बहुत वरदान सिद्ध होने वाला है, क्योंकि उसके दृष्टि से इस 10th एडिशन में ध्यान दिया गया है कि जो एडवांसेस हुई हैं या एडवांसेस होने वाली हैं, उसको कैसे हम इनकॉर्पोरेट कर सकें, उसका भी विशेष करके ध्यान दिया गया है। वैसे ही एनीमिया मुक्त भारत और जो हमारा यूनिवर्सल इम्यूनाइजेशन प्रोग्राम चल रहा है, ये तीनों को इससे बहुत लाभ मिलने वाला है और इसके लिए भी मैं विशेष करके बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। इस एडिशन में जो सबसे यूनिक बात है वो ये है कि ये एडिशन अपने मोनोग्राफ्स में ब्लड कंपोनेंट को जोड़ता है, जो अपने आप में अगर हम कहें तो ये ब्लड कंपोनेंट ये दुनिया में पहला प्रयोग है जो इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन ने अपने 10th एडिशन में किया है। इसके लिए मैं विशेष करके बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। और अभी तक किसी और की फार्माकोपिया, इफ आई एम करेक्ट और अदरवाइज करेक्ट मी कलाई सिल्वन, that it is only Pharmacopoeia of India which has included the blood component in the process. और उसमें भी जो ये ब्लड ट्रांसफ्यूजन ट्रीटमेंट, एनीमिया, हीमोफीलिया, थैलेसीमिया, इन सब के बारे में चिंता करने का इस मोनोग्राफ के माध्यम से प्रयास होगा। तो इसके लिए फिर से आपको मैं एक बार विशेष करके बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। आपका इमेंस कंट्रीब्यूशन रहा है मेडिसिन क्वालिटी पर, पेशेंट सेफ्टी पर। आपका जो हार्ड वर्क रहा है उसको एकेडमिया भी उसका लोहा मानता है और फार्मास्यूटिकल्स के लीडर्स भी मानते हैं। और इसलिए मैंने जो कहा कि बहुत छोटे समय में एक लंबी यात्रा आपने की है, इसके लिए आपको विशेष करके बधाई। और अगर मैं इंटरनेशनल रिकॉग्निशन की दृष्टि से कहूँ तो बार बार रघुवंशी जी और कलई सिल्वन जी कैबिनेट के लिए एजेंडा ले आते हैं जिसमें हम किसी न किसी देश को, फार्माकोपिया कमीशन, कोई देश हमारे फार्माकोपिया कमीशन को रिकॉग्नाइज कर रहा होता है। और आज बहुत छोटी अवधि में 19 कंट्रीज़ इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन को जोड़ते हैं। ये भी बहुत बड़ी बात है और अच्छी बात है। उसी तरीके से हमारा जो रोबस्टनेस है, जो ड्रग रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम फ्रेमवर्क को मजबूती देता है, उसमें भी फार्माकोपिया कमीशन ने जो क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स सेट किए हैं, जो बेंचमार्क सेट किए हैं, वो उसमें बहुत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा करता है। अगर मैं फार्माकोपिया कोविजिलेंस सिस्टम को बात करें तो आपको शायद आश्चर्य भी होगा, लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि फार्माकोपिया फार्माकोविजिलेंस जो हमारा था सिस्टम, उसकी ग्लोबल रैंकिंग 2009 to 2014 was 123rd and today our ranking is 8th. It is a huge achievement. It's a huge achievement. I congratulate Pharmacopoeia Commission for doing the hard work. और आप इसी तरीके से आगे बढ़िए और we must continue with the hard work because we have to compete globally and हमारे को अपने रेगुलेटरी स्टैंडर्ड्स को क्रेडिबल बना करके ग्लोबली अलाइंड करके चलने की आवश्यकता है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पिछले 11 वर्षों में हम लोगों ने हेल्थ सेक्टर को, हेल्थ के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को, हेल्थ के रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम्स को मजबूती प्रदान करने के लिए पॉलिटिकल विल में कोई कमी नहीं दिखाई है, बल्कि हमने विजनरी अप्रोच लेकर के ग्लोबली अपने आप को स्थापित करने के लिए हम आगे बढ़े हैं। और इसलिए हम इस समय का सदुपयोग करते हुए हमको अपने रेगुलेटरी सिस्टम्स को स्ट्रेंथन भी करना है, कंप्लायंसेस को बढ़ाना भी है और हमको लोकली भी चीज़ों को, चैलेंजेस को मीट करना है, साथ में हमको इंटरनेशनली भी अपने आप को स्थापित करना है। इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हम चले हैं आज 17th फाउंडेशन डे के कंप्लीट होने पर और 18th ईयर में प्रवेश करने पर हम सब लोग संकल्प लें कि जहां हम 10th एडिशन के साथ आज समर्पित हो रहे हैं, देश को समर्पित कर रहे हैं, वहीं अपने मिशन में हम इसी तीव्र गति के साथ चलते रहेंगे। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ बहुत बहुत बधाई और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Your profound insights and commitment to a healthy India provide us with a roadmap to global excellence. As we conclude this inaugural session, I invite Dr. Gaurav Pratap Singh, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, to kindly deliver a vote of thanks and express our gratitude to those who have made this day a great success.
नमस्कार सभी को। चीफ गेस्ट ऑफ द today's function are Honorable Union Minister Sir, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, esteemed guests, delegates and colleagues. As we come to the close of this inaugural session, it is my distinct honor and privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Honorable Union Minister of Health and Family Welfare and Chemicals and Fertilizers, Shri Jagat Prakash Nadda ji, for gracing this occasion and releasing the IP 2026 edition. His inspiring keynote address has set a clear direction for our collective efforts for strengthening the drug quality standards in India and beyond. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to acknowledge Ms. Punya Salila Srivastav ji, our Secretary for the Health and Family Welfare, for her special address and continued guidance and support in advancing pharmacopoeial science and regulatory excellence in India. Thank you, ma'am. I also extend my sincere thanks to Shri Harsh Mangala ji, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi ji, the Drugs Controller General of India, for gracing for their gracious presence and active participation, which is vital for the success of this event. I am also deeply grateful to the officials of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, as well as the Ministry of External Affairs, for their unwavering support and partnership in making the Indian Pharmacopoeia a global brand. My sincere thanks to Dr. V. Kalaiselvan, the Secretary cum Scientific Director of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, for his support and towards the successfully organizing this today's event. I also extend my gratitude to all the IPC colleagues for their active support and participation in successfully organizing this event. I also acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the scientific and administrative team of the IPC, as well as our expert committee members who have whose sustained commitment has made the publication of the IP 2026 possible. I am also thankful for the active participation of delegates from the pharmaceutical industry, government institutes, and the academia, and look forward for their engagement during the scientific interactions that we will witness during the day. With this, let us continue to work together to advance our shared mission for improving the public health and pharmaceutical standards both in India and globally. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. With this, we now come to the closure of inaugural session of release ceremony of IP 2026. Thank you all. Thank you, sir. I respectfully request our guests to remain seated in the hall until the Honorable Minister Sir departs. The technical session will commence shortly thereafter. Thank you for your cooperation.
In the heart of every medicine lies a promise of quality. But how do we ensure that every medicine we consume meets the highest standards of quality? The answer lies within the walls of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, that is IPC, which has been the cornerstone of medicine quality for humans and animals in India. The IPC regularly publishes editions of the Indian Pharmacopoeia, or IP, the official book of standards for drugs manufactured and marketed in India. One of the flagship initiatives of the IPC is IP Online, a portal that enables stakeholders to digitally access the IP monographs and reference standards. IPC also establishes the IP Reference Standards, or IPRS, and Impurity Standards, which are official standards to ensure the quality control of medicines. The development of pharmacopoeial standards is supported by the state-of-the-art Indian Pharmacopoeia Laboratory, which is accredited with ISO 17025, ISO 17034 and ISO 17043 standards. IPC is a prominent member of the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group along with the European, Japanese and United States pharmacopoeias for pharmacopoeial harmonization. IPC also holds an observer status in the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines. In order to promote affordable medicines across the globe, several MOUs have been signed for the recognition and acceptance of the IP standards with countries across different regions of Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. IPC also publishes the National Formulary of India, which serves as a guide for all healthcare professionals for rational prescribing, dispensing and administering of
Please be
medicines.
seated.
To
We will
promote patient
start our
safety in
technical
India,
session soon.
IPC functions as the National Coordination Center for the Pharmacovigilance Program of India, or PVPI, which is also recognized as a collaborating center by the WHO. Similarly, To global excellence, the IPC is setting a new benchmark for medicine quality and patient safety to boost confidence in medicines from one corner of the world to the other. For more information, visit us at Every medicine and every device carries a promise, the promise of safety. How do we ensure that the promise is never broken? At the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, safety is not just a standard, it's a mission. Through the Pharmacovigilance Program of India and the Material-Vigilance Program of India, IPC works tirelessly to protect patients across the nation. Launched in 2010, the Pharmacovigilance Program of India is the Government of India's flagship program for monitoring the safety of medicines, operating through a robust network of adverse drug reaction monitoring centers spread across all states and union territories of India. PVPI collects and analyzes reports of adverse drug reactions and provides vital recommendations to CDSCO to strengthen regulatory decisions and safeguard patient health. It identifies drug safety signals, issues safety alerts, and updates package inserts to make medicines safer for use across India. PVPI also has an interactive voice response system in different languages to strengthen patient safety. Recognized as a WHO collaborating center for pharmacovigilance in public health programs and regulatory services, PVPI plays a leading role in global drug safety. Its vision is to make every medicine in India not only effective but also safe. Through the Material Vigilance Program of India, the National Coordinating Center at IPC monitors the safety of medical devices, ensuring risks are identified early and corrective actions are taken. Launched in 2015, MVPI operates through an extensive network of MDMCs across India. To make reporting easier and faster, IPC has developed the Adverse Drug Reaction Monitoring System ADRMS portal. In line with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Digital India, this platform empowers healthcare professionals and citizens to seamlessly report safety concerns in real time. IPC, through its medical device division, has also initiated a systematic approach to the inclusion of medical devices monographs in the IP. Beyond monitoring, IPC builds awareness through regular skill development programs. These national and international training initiatives strengthen the competence of healthcare professionals, regulators, and researchers, creating a culture of vigilance in medicine and device safety. Every report, every vigilance effort is a step towards safer healthcare.
At IPC, we believe that the strength of a nation's healthcare lies in the trust of its people. Through PVPI and MVPI, we are generating reliable and indigenous safety data on medicines and medical devices. This not only safeguards millions of patients, but also contributes to the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, making India self-reliant in medical products vigilance. Our mission is to ensure that every medicine and medical device is safe, effective, and trusted.
Through PVPI and MVPI, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission safeguards millions of lives. For more information, visit www.ipc.gov.in.
The 10th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users
In the heart of every medicine lies a promise of quality. But how do we ensure that every medicine we consume meets the highest standards of quality? The answer lies within the walls of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission.
The 10th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users in both print and digital versions. The IP 2026 includes 121 new monographs. Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users in both print and digital versions. Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users in both print and digital versions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting our technical session. Please be seated. Please be seated as we are starting our technical session. I request all to please be seated. ढूंढो, नहीं तो फिर मेरे को जीएनसी सर को बुलाना पड़ेगा। लंच नहीं ब्रेक कर सकते, ऐसे नहीं कर सकते ना। देखो कल सर से पूछो, कल सर से पूछो और मुझे भी सर दिख रहे हैं। We are starting a technical session. I request all to please be seated. I request all to please be seated as we are starting a technical session. We now move into the core segment of today's program, the technical session, which brings together regulatory vision, national priorities, and scientific updates shaping the future of Indian pharmacopoeia. I again request all the guests to please be seated as we are moving towards our technical session. I request the hall committee members to please ask our guests to please be seated. This technical session is designed to offer strategic insights from regulators and domain experts, followed by detailed technical deliberations on Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026. To commence the technical session, it is my privilege to invite Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, Drug Controller, Journal of India, to share the regulator's perspective on Indian pharmacopoeia, highlighting its role in ensuring drug quality, patient safety, and regulatory harmonization. Please, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Respected GN Singh Saab, my colleagues from IPC, the delegates, dignitaries sitting in the hall, students, it's a pleasure to be here this afternoon for this wonderful and auspicious occasion where both IP 10th edition 2026 is being launched on the day of foundation when IPC started. So it's actually, I just wanted to congratulate the organizing team to have done such a wonderful job that both these important occasions are being celebrated on the same day. Congratulations to the team for timely release of the 10th edition of IP 2026. It's a milestone. And I remember when I joined IPC in 2021 February, sometime in July of 2021, we launched the previous edition from Vigyan Bhavan, similar gathering, and since that day, I have seen this whole Pharmacopoeia Commission, Pharmacopoeia, all the other activities in Pharmacopoeia growing leaps and bounds. And it has actually made its place beyond India, as we heard that now 19 recognitions. Certainly a point and achievement for a big hand for the whole team which actually worked to get to this level. I think it is also important to mention that today is also important because the first full edition in digital form is being launched today, which is another milestone for IPC and for Indian Pharmacopoeia, which has taken this whole organization and the publication to the next level. We are now in the league of the leading pharmacopoeias of the world, the US Pharmacopoeia, the Japanese Pharmacopoeia, the European Pharmacopoeia, the British Pharmacopoeia, and the Indian Pharmacopoeia. So certainly all those people who have contributed to this, hitting this milestone, need appreciation, congratulations, and I would also like to thank all of them, because this is not something which is very common, because these milestones take the whole country to the next level in the domain where it is related. And in many times, if I see the Pharmacopoeia's contribution, it has a big contribution to this whole success of Indian pharmaceutical domain on the global platform, which has brought us to this level of designated as pharmacy of the world, third largest producers of medicines in the world in terms of volume, 14th in terms of value. So huge achievements at the country level, and Pharmacopoeia has a very important role which it has played to bring this to that stage. From regulatory point of view, being the head of NRA of this country, I have no hesitation in saying that Pharmacopoeia is actually backbone for the regulatory system, especially the quality management system. The regulator actually cannot work without a Pharmacopoeia, and that's the importance from the regulator's perspective. In CDSCO today, more than ever, we have integrated Indian Pharmacopoeia into the system. We have made it a part of our checklist for audit of institutions, checklist for the review of different applications, which ensures that everybody who is into the job looks into Pharmacopoeia and uses it to the extent it is required to be used for either approval or audits. We ensure that when we visit industries for audit, we look into the availability of the latest edition of Pharmacopoeia. We look into the availability of reference material which is being used in their quality control labs. So in last few years, it has actually become a part of our daily working systems and routine. Digital IP, I remember we launched it from the same venue. The hall was different, by our health minister, JP Nadda ji, few months back. And That was the beginning of the digital IP edition. And I'm sure the usability has increased since then. And the launch of this particular edition, 10th edition, in digital form would increase the reach of Pharmacopoeia significantly world over. And I'm sure that there are lots of queries coming from international stakeholders. Now it will be easier for them to access and refer Pharmacopoeia, and that will actually help this whole Indian pharmaceutical domain to grow further when it comes to supply of medicines for the public good. See, we initiated a structured effort since 2021, and we created enough noise in the system at appropriate places where the outcome of that noise is today, many of you would know, and for those who don't know, Indian Pharmacopoeia recognition has become a responsibility sort of for all the Indian missions around the world. Wherever we visit, we see that there is an active engagement going between Indian mission and that country's regulatory system, drug regulatory system or health ministry for recognition of Indian Pharmacopoeia, which is a huge success from IPC point of view. The External Affairs Ministry has put recognition of Indian Pharmacopoeia in different countries as one of their important agendas. To the extent that when Prime Minister visits different countries, many times recognition of Indian Pharmacopoeia becomes part of the agenda and activities during his visit to these countries. So these are actually huge success for IPC, and that has actually culminated to 19 recognitions till now. And I know, more than me, IPC would know, that there are many more active discussions currently going on, and shortly you will see these numbers crossing 20 and maybe 30 in next 1 year. What we have to ensure now that IPC has to start thinking in terms of how do we start getting the benefits of this recognition. Because recognition is not only an activity for which so much of effort, so much of resources, so much of energy is going from Government of India. We have to see that what is the next stage, what is the next step for this country, how does it start helping exporters, pharmaceutical exporters of this country, and for that, efforts might have to increase from IPC side to push the system, both from the exporter side and the importer side, create systems, create processes where facilitate the processes of export and import, where the recognition of Indian Pharmacopoeia starts facilitating, starts easing the business and trading in pharmaceutical among different countries. That will be the real advantage of these recognitions. So my first request to IPC leadership today is to start putting efforts towards this important activity of starting to use these recognitions in the advantages in the export business for this country. As head of NRA for this country, I have other requests also to make, and some of them could be as Minister Sir also said, pharmacopoeia is part of the legal framework for pharmaceutical regulation of this country. So we have to understand this sensitivity and keep working on improvement of the pharmacopoeia, content, accessibility, whatever way it has to be done. I think the maximum effort should go, because Indian pharmacopoeia has entered into a completely different league now, which need to be further pushed, which need to be maintained, and special effort may be required for doing that. When it comes to reference material, we know a commendable job has been done by the team. We have the third largest inventory in the world, but a person like me would never be satisfied with third largest. For how long we will be third largest? We have to look and see what all can be done to become the second largest and ultimately the largest inventory holders in the world. And that's not difficult. And I said it's not difficult. It's just a matter of strategizing your intent, strategizing your actions, pull out resources, build a strategy, and then I don't think it's something which cannot be achieved in short term. I'm also not looking at a long term becoming second and third or second and first. It has to happen in short term. And I'm sure the way Dr. Tewatia and Dr. Robin are smiling, they would certainly do that. Also, it's time for us to see how do we establish leadership in our pharmacopoeial content globally. Today, wherever we go, and my experience when I was at IPC, that the countries would ask that how similar or what is the overlap between the Indian pharmacopoeia and, say, USP in terms of the content. And the reason for asking this question was will not recognize IP. And that is something which is because strategically we started dealing and negotiating with the global south countries, and these countries where India was also a part and is part, the thinking, the mindset is still that we want to follow somebody. If USP is the leader, then everybody wants to follow USP. To the extent that under the pressure from stakeholders, sometimes we try to reproduce what USP monograph is there. But this is not going to continue. It is exactly the same situation where today the whole government is trying to push the agenda for innovation in this country, because we want to shift from volume to value, which cannot happen without innovation. That should actually trickle down to the pharmacopoeia standards, pharmacopoeia content. Why should we follow anybody? We should wait for the day when others follow Indian pharmacopoeia, and countries start asking other pharmacopoeias that how much overlap is your pharmacopoeia having with Indian pharmacopoeia. That's the day we should work towards, we should strategize towards, and that will not be easy unless until a focused approach is required. And that is why it is important to initiate the activities for next level of pharmacopoeia today, now. We don't have time. And look for the relevant content. I sometimes challenge myself that why do I need to do dissolution, why do I need to put the specification for dissolution in monograph? Why can't we have the formulations made in a way through the design of experiments that whatever you make, it will never fail in dissolution, and ultimately then you don't need to put dissolution specification in monograph. I mean, that could be a very extreme thinking. But unless until we start doing that extreme thinking, we will keep on following somebody and keep on looking for the extent of overlap with other pharmacopoeias. Secretary Health was very happy when she heard about some of the pharmacopoeia monographs being only in Indian pharmacopoeia. That is the differentiator, and we have to start thinking that how do we increase more and more differentiators which are part of only Indian pharmacopoeia and no other pharmacopoeia. And then that will be the day when we will be the real winner when it comes to the pharmacopoeia. The relevant content has to be identified. Relevant changes in the monograph have to be done. There's so much to do. And that is why in management parlance we always say that the innovation or whatever work we do, it has to be contextual, important for the context. And analogy is given that when you do innovation, the innovation has to be very relevant to the context. We don't need to make a caterpillar run faster. That's not the innovation which we require. The innovation which we require is how more and more caterpillars gets converted to butterfly. Because the use of caterpillar is not in running fast, but actually getting more and more butterflies. So that is exactly, if you put that analogy, we have to identify the relevant content to go into Indian pharmacopoeia, which is differentiator for our pharmacopoeia as compared to all others. And there are so many areas, and there are so many different technical aspects within the monograph which can be changed, and we become leaders in the world when it comes to technical content. Many a times we have to take very strong decisions. We have to put our foot down that this is the way it will happen. But the audience should understand that a lot of work goes behind before we come to that situation where we can strongly say that this will happen in this way only. One of the relevant examples, Harish Jain Saab is sitting here, and during the IPC I was discussing with him. My first encounter with Jain Saab was not very pleasant. And that was on soft gel DT issue, where we said that from 60 minutes it should be made to 30 minutes. And the whole soft gel industry, led by Harish Jain Saab, was behind me that no, you cannot do it. And we had, before going to that discussion, we had basically found the hard data from market samples that majority of the products which they were making was passing within 30 minutes. If we had not generated that data, we would not have discussed with the team, with the industry, with that much of confidence. And on the lighter side, they threatened to go to court also. I said, okay, fine, you can go to court, but this will be like this only. We have to make it 30 minutes because that is what it is, the correct aspect, correct way of looking at it from the patient point of view. But the best part is that's almost 3 years or 4 years now. After we did it 30 minutes, I don't think we have received any complaint from industry that my sample is failing from the market. During our discussion, Jain Saab told that there are some batches which are not passing after manufacturing in the test. But the specifications are actually made for that the right quality material goes into market and not so right is weeded out from the system. So if it is failing at the industry level, that's good from regulators' point of view, that's good from quality management point of view. It should not fail from the market. And we do the market surveillance. We pick the soft gel samples from the market. And I haven't seen a soft gel batch failing in DT at least since we did it 30 minutes. So it's also a matter of having confidence on yourself that whatever you are making is a quality product. So we may have to take, IPC might have to take similar many more strong decisions which are ultimately in long term good for the country, good for the pharma industry, and good for the patients. So that's important. I would urge and request the IPC leadership to keep that continuous engagement with experts from the ground, with the industry, to actually find out those improvement areas which will have a lot of impact on public health. When I say that now it's time to start looking at how do we improve or make the next level of pharmacopoeia from content point of view, it will need lot of thinking and inputs to identify how do we move forward. If we keep on comparing with existing, we will never be. We say as an analogy that if you have to make an existing line smaller, you have to draw a bigger line beside the existing line. You can't rub that off. It depends on how weak or how strong the existing line has been made, and accordingly, your content and your strength of the new line has to be drawn. Understand the sensitivity of this analogy, because if we have to move beyond pharmacopoeias which are existing in the world, we can't pull down the existing pharmacopoeias. Whatever we do, they have what they are. They are what they are. We can't reduce the content from the existing pharmacopoeias. Only way to basically surpass them is to improve your content, your standard, and do whatever you have to do to draw a bigger line beside the existing line. And that requires a very strong thinking, a strong leadership, and a strong team of advisors, people who can give right advice, people who can identify the opportunities from ground. Not only India, because since we are targeting a global pharmacopoeia now, the feedback should come from international advisory team. This brings me to another very important topic, where when I joined as drug controller of this country, the first thing which I could identify within a very short time, which is not very difficult to identify, simple analysis will tell, that this country has a huge gap when it comes to deep thinking and research in regulatory and quality domain. Whatever we do today, it is mainly because of the industry, people who are doing international business, who are doing domestic business, There, the expertise is all horizontal. It is all operational expertise. We are very good in compiling a dossier to be filed in US, where we can get approval without a single query. That's an art, that's a skill which this country has developed. But that is just an operational skill. How to compile a dossier is an operational skill. Similarly, when you see quality, in quality domain, quality assurance or quality control, we may be very expert. We may be very expert in facing FDA audits or European audits. We may be expert in answering those questions which are asked to us. But that is also an operational expertise. That's also horizontal expertise. What we today lack is the vertical expertise, which will come only through the deep thinking and research in regulatory and quality sciences. And the good part is that IPC is probably the organization in this country which is best placed to do deep thinking and research in regulatory and quality science. No other organization in this country has this infrastructure, the environment, the mandate, people who can do this kind of research. So it's time for the leadership of IPC to capitalize this opportunity and start doing that deep thinking and deep research in regulatory and quality. We don't need the horizontal expertise from an organization like IPC. It can be done by anybody. It's just a practice. But when it comes to research and deep thinking, it needs different mindset, different structure, different leadership. We just have to see that how we converge all of them and start doing for ultimately the benefit of this country, the world, and the global public health. And I mean it because as head of NRA, I feel that pinch that we are not having people who can answer questions that why this review has to happen this way, why this specific parameter is part of the checklist for audit. Because our checklists are simple, either we have taken from WHO or from other regulators. When we will do our own, which is in the context of India, which is contextual for India. So that's another request which I have to IPC. Another very important and contextual topic is innovation for this country nowadays. As I said, the whole government is doing everything in terms of policy, in terms of support, to promote innovation in this country, because the target of say $450 billion by 2047 is not going to come through generic business model. We have to shift to innovation. And a lot of people say that our neighbor has surpassed us in innovation. We have only some 21 years left. How we will do that? And I always say that India is a diesel engine, not a petrol engine. We take some time in getting pickup, but once pickup happens, it's very difficult to control. And that's exactly what is required if we have to shift from volume to value, generic to innovation. The point what I want to make is, organizations like IPC need to prepare themselves to support this movement of shift from volume to value. Are we ready for that? We have to identify that what has to be done, how the monographs have to be designed, how the consultative processes need to be designed, how do we do capacity building exercise, How do we handhold the stakeholders, which is mainly industry? How do we develop a system within IPC where if people come to you, that how do I develop a specification for this innovative product, IPC should be in a position to basically guide them that this is the way it has to be. Because regulator has its limitations. The structure of IPC, the mandate for IPC, if required to be changed, let's change it. But IPC probably is in the best position to facilitate the stakeholders in this whole movement from shifting to value from volume, the current volume. All through whatever points I raised, I think for all of us, one thing is very clear, that identity of IPC is with Pharmacopoeia. Pharmacopoeia is, as you heard the Health Secretary, you heard Health Minister, Pharmacopoeia has a special relevance, a special position within this whole legal framework, the trading systems, the recognition of India as a country when it comes to pharmaceutical domain. So whatever way we look at, the Pharmacopoeia has a special position, and enough noise has been created in the system to make it reach that special position. All efforts have to be made in IPC not to dilute that, because I still say that identity of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is through the Pharmacopoeia. So do everything to improve it, do everything to improve its position, its recognition, not only in terms of number of countries recognizing it, but now the next stage and beyond that. And as head of NRA for this country, I can assure that the regulatory system, the regulatory organization is always there to support IPC, and the journey has to be together, and we will reach wherever we want, because every dots are available. The leadership only has to join those dots. With this, I end here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and guiding address. We are grateful for your leadership and continued support to the Indian Pharmacopoeia. There is a slight change in our agenda. Now our next speaker for today is Dr. G.N. Singh, sir, Founder Director, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and Advisor to UP Government. Please, sir, come. May I request Dr. V. Kalaiselvan, Secretary cum Scientific Director, IPC, to welcome Dr. G.N. Singh, sir, with a Tulsi planter. I request sir to share his thoughts on IPC's Foundation Day, IPC's future perspective, reflecting on IPC's journey, milestone, and road ahead in strengthening India's pharmacopoeial framework. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a great day for me to stand on this podium and seeing galaxy of the people who are from pharma sector. I am very happy to mention here the journey which we started in 2002 is now seeing the days of expectation of our forefathers. We salute them, we remember them, and it is their vision, mission, and the values which is making us stronger day by day. I am very privileged that our Honorable Minister Jagat Nadda Sahab, who is a great visionary of the country and especially of the health sector, has properly recognized the work of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. We express our gratitude to him. The chairperson, Secretary Health, she rightly mentioned IP is to move forward and have to attain many new heights in time to come. We are very fortunate to have a very dynamic Drugs Controller General India, Dr. Raghuvanshi ji, who has set the pathway how to move forwards to see that India enter into an innovative phase. Really, sir, we are very grateful to you, the vision which you presented. I am really touched upon the senior people who assisted, guided us in formation of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. I am not naming them here because most of them, they would be feeling, yes, they were sidelined, but I am seeing many of the people who are sitting on the front, on the back. We are really grateful. I remember Dr. Nityanand Padma Shri late, who made the things, this concept to happen, and Dr. Harkishan Singh Sahab, because he prepared a note of 2 pages in the DTAB at that time, and that has become the foundation for Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. So moving forward, as the Honorable Minister and the DCGI, including the chairperson of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission mentioned, India has to move forward. We want to see Viksit Bharat. हम लोग 2047 तक कैसा चाहते हैं कि भारत सबसे अग्रणी देश हो जाए। हम चाहते हैं कि $30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी हमारे देश की हो, जो किसी ज़माने में थी। उस पे चलने के लिए हमें, जैसे DCGI साहब ने कहा, इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन के जो एम्प्लॉइज़ हमारे हैं, जो वहाँ पे सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ इंडस्ट्री का है, जो एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस के हैं, जो अदर स्टेक पेशेंट सेफ्टी ग्रुप जो है, उसने इस इंस्टीट्यूशन को महान बनाया है। आज जब विकसित भारत की हम कल्पना करते हैं तो 2 चीज़ें याद आती हैं। अगर भारत को मजबूत बनना है तो सोशल सेक्टर को मजबूत करने का समय आ गया है। सोशल सेक्टर में 2 चीज़ें होती हैं, एक एजुकेशन और दूसरा हेल्थ। हम बड़े भाग्यशाली हैं कि दोनों सेक्टर में इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन का योगदान है, और इसके लिए हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं अपने थिंकर्स को, स्टेक होल्डर्स की। आज इतने स्टेक होल्डर्स यहाँ इकट्ठा हैं और देश विदेश में इसकी आज चर्चा होगी कि 10th एडिशन इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन का, इंडियन फार्माकोपिया का ऑनलाइन भी हुआ है, हार्ड कॉपी भी हुई है। और जो हम नहीं कर पाए थे, हम लोग बड़े सोचते थे कि यूएसपी एक दिन अपने को आगे कर ली है, लेकिन हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि जिस तरह से इंडियन फार्माकोपिया का रिकग्निशन हमारे सेक्रेटरी कम साइंटिफिक डायरेक्टर सेल्वन के नेतृत्व में, इसके पीछे जो हमारे रघुवंशी साहब हैं, हमारे एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं जिन्होंने योगदान दिया है, और उसमें एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री का विशेष योगदान है। हम उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं इस फाउंडर डायरेक्टर होने के नाते। अब हम चाहते हैं कि आपको दिखाएं कि विज़न फॉर विकसित भारत 2047 ये क्यों हमने बनाया, क्योंकि 2 दिसंबर को यहीं पे USA इंडियन चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स की मीटिंग हुई थी, जिसमें सारे कैप्टन ऑफ इंडस्ट्री जो प्रोमिनेंट थे, हमारे सन फार्मा के दिलीप संघवी साहब भी थे, हमारे हरि भारतीया साहब भी थे, एम्स के लोग थे, हमारी इंटरनेशनल पर्सन्स थे। उन्होंने जो रघुवंशी साहब ने कहा है, वो भी यही चाहते थे कि हाउ वी कैन मेक इंडिया ए ग्रेट नेशन, हाउ वी हैव टू हैव कोलैबोरेशन, हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू trust each other, how we are going to have a strong networking among the academia, industrial houses and the national laboratories, plus the regulators, policy makers. तो हमें पाल साहब, जो हमारे विनोद पाल जी हैं, नीति आयोग के मेंबर, जो हमारे बड़े रिस्पेक्टफुल पर्सन्स हैं, आज 1 तारीख को जब हम नए साल मनाने की बात सोच रहे थे, उनसे वार्तालाप हुआ तो उन्होंने कहा कि भारत को मजबूत करने का क्या तरीका है, क्योंकि 2 दिसंबर को हम लोग साथ थे। तो हमने एक कंसेप्ट बताया जो हमने अभी DCGI साहब को फॉरवर्ड किया है, कलाई सेल्वन साहब को फॉरवर्ड किया है, और अपने चेयरपर्सन सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ मैडम को फॉरवर्ड किया। और हम समय लेंगे अपने माननीय मंत्री जी से, जिससे इस पे विचार किया जा सके। क्योंकि बात करना, देखिए हम लोग बहुत बात कर चुके हैं कि देयर शुड बी क्लोज इंटरेक्शन बिटवीन इंडस्ट्री, अकादमिया एंड नेशनल लेबोरेटरीज प्लस अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स। We want to create a platform through which these things could be made possible. So I am just going to focus how we are thinking and how we are going to move forwards. तो टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस इसका नाम हमने दिया इंडियन, ए से बताइए आप लोग क्या हो सकता है, अकादमी, पी से फार्मा टेक दिया गया, क्योंकि अब हम फार्मास्यूटिकल मेडिसिन से टेक्नोलॉजी ओरिएंटेड होने जा रहे हैं। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, मशीन लर्निंग, ये जितने टेक्नोलॉजी है इज़ गोइंग टू बी ए गेम चेंजर। तो हमने इसमें ये तय किया कि ग्लोबल कोलैबोरेटिव स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ मेडिसिन एक्सेप्टेड इन 178 कंट्रीज से ज़्यादा है, लेकिन हमने ये सोचा कि 178 कंट्रीज जो DCI साहब ने कहा है कि डिफरेंट कंट्रीज आर इन कोलैबोरेट, वी आर गोइंग टू इंगेज विद देम सो दैट इंडियन फार्माकोपिया गेट रिकॉग्निशन विद देम। दूसरा है इंटरनेशनल कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग एंड रेगुलेटरी स्किल डेवलपमेंट, हैंड होल्डिंग इंडियन स्टेट्स फॉर हार्मोनाइज स्टैंडर्ड्स एंड कंप्लायंस। हमारी स्टेट के ड्रग कंट्रोलर साहब लोग बैठे हुए हैं, देखिए इनका बड़ा योगदान रहा है। जब इंडियन फार्माकोपिया बनी तो हमने निवेदन किया, अपने जो हमारे रेगुलेटर्स थे, स्टेक होल्डर थे, इंडस्ट्री के लोग थे, उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, हम लोग ये सुनिश्चित करेंगे कि ड्रग कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट सेकेंड शेड्यूल में जो IP को एक स्टेटस दिया गया है वो कंप्लाई होगा। इन्होंने सुनिश्चित किया। आज अगर हम फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड जाने जाते हैं तो उसमें महान योगदान इंडियन फार्माकोपिया का जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे स्टैंडर्ड्स हम 178 कंट्रीज़ में करीब करीब, देखिए हम हाईली रेगुलेटेड मार्केट की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, वो अपनी फार्माकोपिया रखेंगे, उनके अपने कमर्शियल रीजन्स हैं, उनके अपने कंपल्सन्स हैं, लेकिन हम ये चाहते हैं कि अदर कंट्रीज़ who are in need of have a common standards, we can work for them. Handhold common acceptance of IP standards, reference substances in collaboration with WHO. जब भी वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जाने का हम लोगों को सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ, WHO is looking towards India, how we can make them available the reference substances of high quality with certified system of acceptance globally. तो ये एक चीज़ होने जा रही है। दूसरा, आप लोगों ने एंटी माइक्रोबियल रेजिस्टेंस, जो कि एक बर्निंग इशू है, आज से नहीं, हम लोगों ने जयपुर में डिक्लेरेशन किया था आज से 15 साल पहले। इसके अलावा जो ट्रॉपिकल डिजीज़ेस हैं, रेयर डिजीज़ेस, हम जब DCGI भी थे तो डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स आते थे, वो कहते थे कि भारत की क्या अप्रोच होगी, कैसे आप इसको हैंडल करेंगे। अब समय आ गया है कि हम लोग इस पर विचार करें। देखिए ये बड़ी ही सरल तरीका है कैसे हम लोग एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लोकेशन फाइनेंशियल मॉडल कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट के पास आप जाएं तो आपके पास एक क्लियर विज़न होना चाहिए कि कैसे आप इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाना चाहते हैं। अगर IAP होगा तो उसका क्या तरीका होगा। जो अभी DCGI साहब ने कहा कि इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन इज़ द राइट इंस्टीट्यूशन विच कैन टेक ए लीड फॉर इनोवेशन एंड रिसर्च, तो हम चाहेंगे कि अम्ब्रेला इंस्टीट्यूशन जो इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन के साथ हो। लोकेशन मेडिकल डिवाइसेस पार्क एक हम लोग बना रहे हैं जो जेवर एयरपोर्ट के पास है, 350 एकड़ में है, और हम माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी जो कि हमेशा इस कार्य के लिए तैयार रहते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश को एक फेवरेबल डेस्टिनेशन फार्मा और मेडिकल डिवाइसेस का बनाया जाए। हम निवेदन करेंगे DCGI साहब से, हम चेयरपर्सन सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ से और माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन करेंगे, उनके साथ एक माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी का इंगेजमेंट कराएंगे, जिससे 8 से 10 एकड़ ज़मीन बड़ी स्ट्रेटजिक है। देखिए अब इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट हमारा अगले महीने चालू होने जा रहा है। हम चाहेंगे कि मेडिकल डिवाइसेस में ये सिस्टम को इन हाउस किया जाए। और आप लोगों को बड़ी खुशी होगी कि पिछले दिनों में जब हम लोगों ने IP कमीशन बनाया था तब हम गवर्नमेंट सपोर्टेड इंस्टीट्यूशन थे। आज जान के खुशी होगी कि करीब करीब हमारा बजट जो है 25 करोड़ के आसपास है और हम 30 करोड़ के आसपास रेवेन्यू जनरेट करते हैं। We congratulate the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission which has become a revenue surplus institution. ये हमारे फोरफादर ने उस समय कहा था कि नहीं, इट वुड बिकम ए इंस्टीट्यूशन जो एक खुद सेल्फ सस्टेन्ड होगा, वो आज हो चुका है। surplus of IPC reinvested for 6 to 8 years। तो हम ये चाहेंगे कि ज़मीन हम लोग 5 एकड़ ले लें, उसमें 5 से 8 एकड़ कम से कम तो होना चाहिए। अब वो देखना है कि गवर्नमेंट किस तरह से मूव करती है, और उसमें जो गवर्नमेंट सपोर्टेड आईपी कमीशन का जो सेपरेट बजट हेड है वो उससे पैसा आता रहेगा। ये थोड़ी सरकारी चीज़ भी हम आप लोग स्टेक होल्डर्स को बता देना चाहते हैं, जिससे आपके माइंड में क्लैरिटी होनी चाहिए कि रिसर्च इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत में कैसे होगा। ऑपरेशनल मॉडल एंड इंस्टीट्यूशनल इंटीग्रेशन, देखिए हमारे चंद्रमौली साहब सेक्रेटरी हेल्थ थे, जब उनका रिटायरमेंट का समय था 3 महीने पहले उन्होंने हमें बुला के एनआईबी के डायरेक्टर साहब को, डीसीजीआई साहब को उन्होंने हमें काम सौंपा था कि डॉक्टर साहब कैसे हम लोग इन तीनों इंस्टीट्यूशन जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ फैमिली वेलफेयर के सबसे डोमिनेटिंग, सबसे परफॉर्मिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं, उनको अंडर वन अम्ब्रेला कैसे इंटीग्रेट कर सकते हैं। तो हम चाहेंगे डीसीजीआई साहब, क्योंकि डीसीजीआई की पोस्ट बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, इनका कहना पूरा सरकार मानती है, तो हम ये चाहेंगे कि इस पर एक बैठक की जाए जिसमें ये किया जाए कि जो सपना हम लोगों ने बहुत साल पहले नोट भी हुआ था, मिनिस्ट्री में हमने डिस्कस भी किया था, सारे जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी एडिशनल सेक्रेटरीज थे, लेकिन चूँकि वो रिटायर हो गए फिर वो कागज़ वहीं का वहीं दबा रह गया। अब समय आ गया है कि उस चीज़ को माननीय अपने मंत्री जी के, माननीय चेयरपर्सन की देखरेख में उसको पुनः स्टार्ट किया जाए। तो नोडल इंस्टीट्यूशन आईपीसी होगा, जिसमें नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ बायोलॉजिकल, सीडीएसईओ और पीबीपीआई। देखिए सबसे बड़ा जो चीज़ होने जा रही है फार्माकोविजिलेंस प्रोग्राम ऑफ इंडिया, जो आज दुनिया में आज करीब करीब हमें बताया गया कि 1800 एडवर्स ड्रग रिएक्शन मॉनिटरिंग सेंटर हमारे हो गए हैं। भारत की ताकत ये पीबीपीआई बनाने जा रहा है, जो डाटा माइनिंग हम करने जा रहे हैं। आने वाले समय में हम विश्व को बताएंगे कि रिसर्च और इन्वेशन क्या होता है। उत्तर प्रदेश में हम लोगों ने डाटा सेंटर्स कई बनाने जा रहे हैं। अभी मिर्ज़ापुर में एक हम लोग हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर के लिए डाटा सेंटर देने जा रहे हैं। हमें उम्मीद है कि उसमें ये जो हमारा पीबीपीआई है उसके सारे सेंटर्स अपने डाटा प्रोवाइड करेंगे, हम उसको कोलेक्ट करेंगे, इंटरप्रेट करेंगे और देश को बताएंगे इंडस्ट्री के लिए कि किस एरिया में हमें रिसर्च करना है, इन्वेशन करना है। हम चाहेंगे कि स्ट्रांग लिंकेज विथ अकादमिया, इंडस्ट्री एंड ग्लोबल बॉडीज़ हो। ये हम क्यों कह रहे हैं कि 2 दिसंबर को जब हम लोग की मीटिंग हुई थी तो जितने हमारे लोग बड़े बड़े लोग थे, हम 32-34 लोग थे, जिसमें अमेरिका से भी थे, हमारे मल्टीनेशनल्स भी थे, इंडियन इंडस्ट्रीज़ भी थी, प्रेशर ग्रुप्स भी थे। वो सब लोगों ने यही कहा कि नहीं, हम बात हर फोरम से कहते हैं लेकिन कोई मैकेनिज़्म अभी डेवलप नहीं कर पाए हैं। तो पाल साहब ने हमें कहा कि डॉक्टर सिंह आप इस कार्य को देखिए और एक रिटन डॉक्यूमेंट तैयार करिए जिस पे हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से इस पे डिस्कस कर सकें और इस पे एक नया तौर तरीका हम लोग ढूंढ सकें। तो हमने ये सोचा कि अगर हमें रिसर्च इन्वेशन में जाना है, भारत को जो हमारे डीसीजीआई साहब ने कहा है कि वैल्यू एडिशन होना चाहिए, हम वॉल्यूम में नहीं वैल्यू में जाना चाहिए, उसका जाने का समय अब आ गया है। और भारत को 2030 से 2035 में अगर हमारी इकोनॉमी को हम थर्ड सबसे लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी विश्व में देखना चाहते हैं तो उसमें हमें हेल्थ सेक्टर में विशेष ध्यान देना होगा। इसके अंदर ह्यूज पोटेंशियल हम देखते हैं और वो तभी होगा जब हम कोलैबोरेटिव होंगे, हम अब एक साथ मिल के काम करेंगे। डुप्लीकेशन ऑफ वर्क हैज़ टू बी अवॉइडेड। और इसमें एक बड़ी चीज़ जुड़ने जा रही है जिसमें जो हमारे अदर नेशंस हैं वो जुड़ेंगे, क्योंकि जब हम फार्माकोपिया बना रहे थे उसमें लेट सुषमा स्वराज जी हमारी मंत्री थीं, उनसे जब हमने चर्चा की थी कि क्यों न सार्क फार्माकोपिया बना दिया जाए तो उन्होंने कहा था कि नहीं, लेट इंडियन फार्माकोपिया बी स्ट्रांग इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड देन यू सी हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू कैटर द नीड्स ऑफ द ग्लोबल। I congratulate the IP Commission. Now it has attained that stage and we have to make the things to happen. Outcome, thrust, strategic impact क्या होगा? Global acceptance and confidence in Indian pharma standards. देखिए जो DCGI साहब रेगुलेटर ने कहा है, जो हमारे मंत्री जी की मतलब उनके एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि जो हमारी स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं वो ट्रेंड सेटर बने। पहले कहा जाता था कि इंडियन फार्माकोपिया एक कॉपिंग बॉडी है, हमने एंटी रिट्रोवायरल ड्रग्स जब सबसे पहले फार्माकोपिया में डाला था, तब से हम लीडर बने हुए हैं। सबसे ज़्यादा अगर किसी ने स्टैंडर्ड्स, कॉमन स्टैंडर्ड्स ग्लोब को दिया है तो वो इंडियन फार्माकोपिया ने दिया है। और इसके बधाई पात्र हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस हैं। ये खान साहब बैठे हुए हैं। जब हम रनबैक्सी में देवेंद्र पाल साहब से हमने चर्चा की थी कि हम लोगों, नित्यानंद साहब ने कहा था कि नाउ वी हैव टू फॉरगेट द कमर्शियल आस्पेक्ट, वी हैव टू कम टुगेदर, वी हैव टू सी दैट कॉमन स्टैंडर्ड्स बी वर्कड सो दैट द ड्रग्स बिकम जेनरिक। हम याद करते हैं वाई के हमीद साहब को, जिन्होंने आज दुनिया को, अगर साउथ अफ्रीकन कंट्रीज, सारी अफ्रीकन कंटिनेंट बचा है तो एंटी रिट्रोवायरल ड्रग्स के नाते बचा है। और हम बधाई देते हैं अपने सारे जो इंडस्ट्रियल हाउसेस हैं, चाहे वो सिप्ला हो, चाहे रनबैक्सी हो, हेट्रो हो, कई ऐसे 5-7 इंडस्ट्रीज ने बैठ के, डॉक्टर रमन यहाँ पे साक्षी हैं, ये बैठा के हमारी टीम बैठी हुई है, ये लोग बैठ के सभी लोगों ने वर्कआउट किया और वो हमने ट्रेंड सेट किया है। हमें उम्मीद है कि कलवी सेल्वन की टीम इस चीज़ को और आगे बढ़ाएगी और एक न एक दिन जो DCI साहब के एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं उसको हम ग्लोबली मीट करेंगे और हम एक ट्रेंड सेटर फार्माकोपियल बॉडीज़ बनेंगे। दूसरी चीज़ जो है, हम चाहते हैं कि देखिए हर जगह जब भी हम उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के साथ अब काम करने का सौभाग्य मिल रहा है, हमें स्किल्स जो है बड़ी चैलेंजिंग इशू है। हमारे फार्मेसी कॉलेज बहुत हो चुके हैं, एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस बहुत हो गए हैं, यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बहुत हो गई हैं, लेकिन बच्चों का जो लेवल ऑफ स्किल्स है वो बड़ी पुअर है। जो DCI साहब ने कहा है, हम चाहेंगे कि कलवी सेल्वन साहब इसको देखें कि हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू इम्प्रूव द स्किल्स ऑफ द पीपल हु आर स्टडिंग फार्मेसी। Pharmacy is the backbone for seeing that pharma sector grows rapidly. We have to see that biologics we are going to mix with it. तो उसके लिए आपको करना पड़ेगा कि जो हमारे रवि जी हैं, रवि जी आप ये ध्यान दीजिए, डिप्सारू जब बना था तो हम लोगों ने एक सोच से बनाई थी, ये मान के चले थे कि डिप्सारू एक दिन हमारी जो स्किल इम्प्रूवमेंट में विशेष काम देगा। IP कमीशन, डिप्सारू, हमारे जो अन्य यूनिवर्सिटीज़ यहाँ की हैं, एक साथ काम करके इसको बढ़ाने का वक्त आ गया है और इंडस्ट्री इसमें बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लेगी। और हम सन फार्मा को विशेष कर से हम दिलीप भाई से मिलने जा रहे हैं, उनसे कहेंगे कि देखिए कैप्टन ऑफ इंडस्ट्री बड़े लोग अच्छे हैं, क्योंकि हमें काम करने का उनके साथ सौभाग्य मिला है। एवरीवन वांट्स टू सी दैट इंडिया बिकम स्ट्रांगर, इट स्टैंड्स टॉलर, इट बिकम्स ए ट्रेंड सेटर, but they want to have a platform through which we can make it to happen. Now, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is ready to take those responsibility and see that the expectation of this country's people plus the global expectations of the people could be integrated together. हम दूसरा चाहेंगे कि जैसे जब भी मंत्रालय में हो, कहीं बाबू लोग बैठ के अपनी पॉलिसी बना देते हैं, हम चाहेंगे कि जो भी पॉलिसी हमारी फ्रेम हो उसमें ये जो हमारा जो IPA का हमने एक मूड किया है, उसके थ्रू हम सारी पॉलिसीज़ में सपोर्ट करें, क्योंकि सपोर्ट वो पॉलिसी जो बनेंगी वो इंडस्ट्री फ्रेंडली होंगी, पेशेंट कंप्लायंस होंगी, पेशेंट के जो राइट हैं, सेफ्टी है, वेलबींग्स है, वो प्रोटेक्ट होना चाहिए, तभी जाके हम देश को आगे बढ़ा पाएंगे। एडवांस डाटा एनालिटिक्स यूजिंग PBPI हेल्थ केयर डाटाबेस जो हमने बताया कि मिर्ज़ापुर में हम लोग बनाने जा रहे हैं, हमें उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में जब हमने PBPI एम्स से अपने यहाँ ट्रांसफ़र कराया था तो हमें याद है कि उस समय जो WHO के कोलैबोरेटिव सेंटर्स थे वो कहते थे आप पैसा दीजिए, 12 करोड़ रुपया हर साल मांगते थे। हमने कहा कि भारत के पास डाटा है और हम पैसा नहीं देंगे, उन्होंने फ्री हमें लिंकेज दिया। हम ये चाहते हैं कि IP कमीशन इसको इतना स्ट्रांगर बना दे कि टुमारो वी में अर्न मनी, वी में इन्वेस्ट फॉर इनोवेशन एंड रिसर्च एंड इट इज़ पॉसिबल डॉक्टर सेल्वन, यू मेक इट टू हैपन। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ हमारा आपसे निवेदन है कि भारत के उज्जवल भविष्य के आप सारे आकांक्षी हैं। आज एक बड़ा दिन है जब हम लोग इस एक अच्छे वातावरण में इतने अच्छे कार्यों के हम साक्षी बन रहे हैं। हम चाहेंगे कि आप लोग हमारे मंत्रालय को, पॉलिसी मेकर्स को और जो पर्सन्स इसमें इन्वॉल्व हैं, ये जो हमने कहा है कि इंडियन जो हमारा अकादमी फॉर फार्मास्यूटिकल टेक होना चाहिए, वो इंडस्ट्री का होगा, अकादमिया का होगा, हमारे नेशनल लेबोरेटरीज़ का होगा, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स का होगा। लेकिन एक प्लेटफार्म की ज़रूरत है। वो प्लेटफार्म बनाने के लिए हम पुनः अनुरोध करेंगे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ फैमिली वेलफेयर प्लस अदर पीपल टू ज्वाइन हैंड्स टुगेदर इफ़ रिक्वायर्स। एक चीज़ और बता दें, लास्ट चीज़ हम इडमा का नाम भूल गए थे, क्योंकि बहुत लोग नहीं जानते होंगे इडमा ने क्या किया। देखिए, जब हम बड़े फॉर्मेटिव स्टेज में थे, हमें आने जाने का पैसा नहीं होता था, तो हम लोग टिकट और पैसा और व्यवस्था इडमा हमें स्पॉन्सर करती थी। सी द ग्रेटनेस ऑफ द इंडियन ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एसोसिएशन। उस समय आप लोग सोचते होंगे कि ऐसे इंडियन फार्माकोपिया कमीशन बन गया, ऐसा नहीं है। इसके पीछे काफ़ी मशक्क़त करनी पड़ी और हम ये आशा करते हैं कि इसी तरह हमारा IPA, इडमा, फोप, OPPI जितने इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं सब साथ हैं और हम विकसित भारत जो बनाने की प्रधानमंत्री जी की परिकल्पना है उसमें सहायक हो सकें। जो हमारे रेगुलेटर्स की एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि नहीं, वी हैव टू शिफ्ट फ्रॉम ए generic manufacturing country to a innovative country. I am quite confident the days are not far away. We would be and we will be. Thank you very much, IP Commission people. I congratulate each one of you for giving me an opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and reflective address. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now adjourn for lunch. We have arranged lunch at 3 places. I request our invited guests to proceed to Vaishali first floor. Our industry delegates are requested to have lunch at the ground floor foyer area, and students and IPC staff may proceed to first floor foyer area. May I request all the participants to kindly assemble in the hall by 2 p.m. to resume the important session marking IPC's foundation. Thank you.
Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users in both print and digital versions. The IP 2026 includes 121 new monographs and 5 general chapters.
In the heart of every medicine lies a promise of quality. But how do we ensure that every medicine we consume meets the highest standards of quality? The answer lies within the walls of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, that is IPC, which has been the cornerstone of medicine quality for humans and animals in India. The IPC regularly publishes editions of the Indian Pharmacopoeia, or IP, the official book of standards for drugs manufactured and marketed in India. One of the flagship initiatives of the IPC is IP Online, a portal that enables stakeholders to digitally access the IP monographs and reference standards. IPC also establishes the IP reference standards, or IPRS, and impurity standards, which are official standards to ensure the quality control of medicines. The development of pharmacopoeial standards is supported by the state-of-the-art Indian Pharmacopoeia Laboratory, which is accredited with ISO 17025, ISO 17034 and ISO 17043 standards. IPC is a prominent member of the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group along with the European, Japanese and United States Pharmacopoeias for pharmacopoeial harmonization. IPC also holds an observer status in the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines. In order to promote affordable medicines across the globe, several MOUs have been signed for the recognition and acceptance of the IP standards with countries across different regions of Latin America. the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. IPC also publishes the National Formulary of India, which serves as a guide for all healthcare professionals for rational prescribing, dispensing, and administering of medicines. To promote patient safety in India, IPC functions as the National Coordination Center for the Pharmacovigilance Program of India, or PVPI, which is also recognized as a collaborating center by the WHO. Similarly, the Material-Vigilance Program of India, or MVPI, coordinates the safety monitoring of medical devices in India. Both PVPI and MVPI make their recommendations to the CDSCO for regulatory interventions. IPC also conducts national and international training programs on pharmaceutical standardization and vigilance for analysts, regulators, and healthcare professionals.
Quality in healthcare begins with trust, and trust begins with medicine standards. At IPC, we ensure that every medicine is safe and of the highest quality. In a scenario where we adopt one earth, one family, the Indian pharmacopoeial standards are also accepted globally. We are committed to safeguard global health through quality and safety of medicines.
Next time you take medicine, remember the silent guardians at IPC, working tirelessly to contribute to your health and well-being. For more information, visit us at Behind every trusted medicine is a rigorous standard, a promise of precision and quality. At the heart of this promise lies the Indian Pharmacopoeia, or IP, a book of official drug standards published by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, or IPC. IP standards are referred by the pharmaceutical manufacturers and regulators to ensure medicine quality. One of the flagship initiatives of the IPC is IP Online, providing seamless access to essential pharmacopoeial standards. IPC is a prominent member of the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group along with the European, Japanese and United States pharmacopoeias for harmonization of pharmacopoeial standards. It also holds an observer status in the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and participates in the WHO's international meetings of World Pharmacopoeias. Moreover, IP standards also got recognition and acceptance in several countries in Latin America, Africa, Asia, and Pacific regions, which will promote access to high-quality affordable medicines from India. Another key contribution of the IPC is establishing IP reference standards, or IPRS, and impurity standards that set benchmarks for quality testing of pharmaceuticals. IPC has established over 1,200 reference standards, which is the third highest number of standards available from any pharmacopoeia body. Developed in accordance with the ISO 17034 standards. These standards are reliable, cost-effective solutions to meet the regulatory requirements for quality control testing in India and beyond. With a commitment to global excellence, the IPC is setting a new benchmark for medicine quality and patient safety to boost confidence in medicines from one corner of the world to the other. For more information, visit us at
The 10th edition of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026 is available for users in both print and digital versions. The IP 2026 includes 121 new monographs and 5 general chapters. 3 R's principle have been adopted in the current edition to reduce or replace the animal-based methods. 18 general chapters and 22 excipient monographs have been harmonized with PDG. Also, the scope has been extended to blood and blood components, first time in global pharmacopoeias. Dissolution tests have been added in relevant existing monographs. The new additions include monographs in the category of drug substances, dosage forms and pharmaceutical aids. Biotechnology-derived therapeutic products. Vaccines and immunosera for human use. Blood and blood-related products. And veterinary vaccines. IP 2026 features new monograph editions for anti-cancer, anti-tubercular, anti-diabetic, antibiotics, antifungals, monoclonal antibodies, and excipients. These monographs cover medicines used in national health programs like National TB Elimination Program, Anemia Free India and Universal Immunization Program. To procure print version of IP 2026, please visit www.ipc.gov.in, and to access IP 2026 online version, please visit www.iponline.ipc.gov.in. In order to support monograph standards of IP 2026, IPC has also established IP reference standards which can be purchased from www.onlinehistory.ipc.gov.in. For more information, please visit IPC website.
Every medicine and every device carries a promise, the promise of safety. How do we ensure that the promise is never broken? At the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, safety is not just a standard, it's a mission. Through the Pharmacovigilance Program of India and the Material-Vigilance Program of India, IPC works tirelessly to protect patients across the nation. Launched in 2010, the Pharmacovigilance Program of India is the Government of India's flagship program for monitoring the safety of medicines, operating through a robust network of adverse drug reaction monitoring centers spread across all states and union territories of India. PVPI collects and analyzes reports of adverse drug reactions and provides vital recommendations to CDSCO to strengthen regulatory decisions and safeguard patient health. It identifies drug safety signals, issues safety alerts, and updates package inserts to make medicines safer for use across India. PVPI also has an interactive voice response system in different languages to strengthen patient safety. Recognized as a WHO collaborating center for pharmacovigilance in public health programs and regulatory services, PVPI plays a leading role in global drug safety. Its vision is to make every medicine in India not only effective but also safe. Through the Material Vigilance Program of India, the National Coordinating Center at IPC monitors the safety of medical devices, ensuring risks are identified early and corrective actions are taken. Launched in 2015, MVPI operates through an extensive network of MDMCs across India. To make reporting easier and faster, IPC has developed the Adverse Drug Reaction Monitoring System ADRMS portal. In line with the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Digital India, this platform empowers healthcare professionals and citizens to seamlessly report safety concerns in real time. IPC, through its Medical Device Division, has also initiated a systematic approach to the inclusion of medical devices monographs in the IP. Beyond monitoring, IPC builds awareness through regular skill development programs. These national and international training initiatives strengthen the competence of healthcare professionals, regulators, and researchers, creating a culture of vigilance in medicine and device safety. Every report, every vigilance effort is a step towards safer healthcare.
At IPC, we believe that the strength of a nation's healthcare lies in the trust of its people. Through PVPI and MVPI, we are generating reliable and indigenous safety data on medicines and medical devices. This not only safeguards millions of patients but also contributes to the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, making India self-reliant in medical products vigilance. Our mission is to ensure that every medicine and medical device is safe, effective, and trusted.
Through PVPI and MVPI, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission safeguards millions of lives. For more information, visit www.ipc.gov.in. In the heart of every medicine lies a promise of quality. But how do we ensure that every medicine we consume meets the highest standards of quality? The answer lies within the walls of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, that is IPC, which has been the cornerstone of medicine quality for humans and animals in India. The IPC regularly publishes editions of the Indian Pharmacopoeia, or IP, the official book of standards for drugs manufactured and marketed in India. One of the flagship initiatives of the IPC is IP Online, a portal that enables stakeholders to digitally access the IP monographs and reference standards. IPC also establishes the IP Reference Standards, or IPRS, and Impurity Standards, which are official standards to ensure the quality control of medicines. The development of pharmacopoeial standards is supported by the state-of-the-art Indian Pharmacopoeia Laboratory, which is accredited with ISO 17025, ISO 17034 and ISO 17043 standards. IPC is a prominent member of the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group along with the European, Japanese and United States Pharmacopoeias for pharmacopoeial harmonization. IPC also holds an observer status in the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines. In order to promote affordable medicines across the globe, several MOUs have been signed for the recognition and acceptance of the IP standards with countries across different regions of Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific. IPC also publishes the National Formulary of India, which serves as a guide for all healthcare professionals for rational prescribing, dispensing, and administering of medicines. To promote patient safety in India, IPC functions as the National Coordination Center for the Pharmacovigilance Program of India, or PVPI, which is also recognized as a collaborating center by the WHO. Similarly, the Material-Vigilance Program of India, or MVPI, coordinates the safety monitoring of medical devices in India. Both PVPI and MVPI make their recommendations to the CDSCO for regulatory interventions. IPC also conducts national and international training programs on pharmaceutical standardization and vigilance for analysts, regulators, and healthcare professionals.
Quality in healthcare begins with trust, and trust begins with medicine standards. At IPC, we ensure that every medicine is safe and of the highest quality. In a scenario where we adopt one earth, one family, the Indian pharmacopoeial standards are also accepted globally. We are committed to safeguard global health through quality and safety of medicines.
Next time you take medicine, remember the silent guardians at IPC, working tirelessly to contribute to your health and well-being. For more information, visit us at Behind every trusted medicine is a rigorous standard, a promise of precision and quality. At the heart of this promise lies the Indian Pharmacopoeia, or IP, a book of official drug standards published by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, or IPC. IP standards are referred by the pharmaceutical manufacturers and regulators to ensure medicine quality. One of the flagship initiatives of the IPC is IP Online, providing seamless access to essential pharmacopoeial standards. IPC is a prominent member of the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group along with the European, Japanese and United States Pharmacopoeias for harmonization of pharmacopoeial standards. It also holds an observer status in the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and participates in the WHO's international meetings of World Pharmacopoeias. Moreover, IP standards also got recognition and acceptance in several countries in Latin America, Africa, Asia, and Pacific regions, which will promote access to high-quality affordable medicines from India. Another key contribution of the IPC is establishing IP reference standards or IPRS, and impurity standards that set benchmarks.
May I request Dr. V. Selvan sir to kindly give a brief introduction of our next speaker, Dr. Jitendra Sharma sir.
Thank you once again. Good afternoon. Actually, Dr. Jitendra doesn't require any introduction, but since many of the students are here, so let us introduce about him. So actually, he is the currently managing director and founder of CEO of Andhra Medical Technology Zone. But he is associated with Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission since beginning. I mean, 2011 onwards, he is very well associated with Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. He is very well aware of all the services and products whatever we are publishing for the betterment of the community. So he is the one to supported us in capacity building, strengthening of material vigilance program of India. Actually, this concept was floated by him only on the lines of pharmacovigilance. So all necessary policy level support, policy level amendment, it has been done by Dr. Jitendra only. So thanks to Dr. Jitendra for supporting us, and give him a big round of applause. So along with material vigilance, he is also instrumental in supporting IPC in many areas like pharmacovigilance training, and of course AMTSAT is one of our IPC's regional training center for material vigilance, and he is going to support many activities in the months to come. So on behalf of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and all the stakeholders, let me welcome and congratulate Dr. Jitendra Sharma for being with us today. Thank you very much, and floor is yours.
May I now request Dr. GN Singh sir to please speak something about our guest.
पुनः आप लोगों को नमस्कार, और ये हमने स्वयं समय मांगा है, इसके लिए आप क्षमा करिएगा, क्योंकि जहाँ पर डॉक्टर जितेंद्र शर्मा जी हों उनके बारे में बताने का हमें लगा कि सौभाग्य मिलनी चाहिए। हमने सेक्रेटरी कम साइंटिफिक डायरेक्टर से निवेदन किया जो देश का भविष्य है, और ये आके हमसे मिले। हमें लगा कि नहीं, भारत भाग्यशाली है कि ऐसे वैज्ञानिक भी इस देश में हैं। इसके बाद जब हम DCGI हुए तो जो मेडिकल डिवाइसेस, मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी में आप रेवोल्यूशनरी चेंजेस देख रहे हैं, उसके बारे में हम लोग चिंतित थे कि भारत इस फील्ड में कैसे आएगा, कैसे हम इसमें अग्रणी बनेंगे। उस समय डॉक्टर जितेंद्र शर्मा जी पोस्ट टू पिलर घूमते रहते थे हमारे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ में, कॉमर्स मिनिस्ट्री में, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फार्मास्यूटिकल्स में जाके प्लीड करते थे कि नो, इंडिया कैन स्टैंड टॉलर एंड वी शुड इंटर इनटू दिस फील्ड। फैब्रिकेटेड जो हमारे पास इंस्ट्रूमेंट थे उनके बारे में आप हम लोग को टीच करते थे। हम लोग कम सुनते थे, रेगुलेटर इसके बाद हो गए थे। लगता था कि ये नौजवान आके क्यों हम लोग को डिस्टर्ब करता है। KL शर्मा जी हमारे ज्वाइंट सेक्रेटरी थे, JP नड्डा जी उस समय हमारे मंत्री थे। उन लोगों ने पहचान लिया कि नहीं, भारत का ये सपूत एक अच्छा काम करेगा। फिर AMTZ का नाम आप लोग सुने होंगे, आंध्र प्रदेश मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी जोन। यह भारत का एक पहला ऐसा टेक्नोलॉजी जोन बना जो भारत की भाग्य को बदलने की क्षमता रखता है। हमें याद है उस समय चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी मुख्यमंत्री जी थे, आप उनके एडवाइज़र थे और हम DCGI थे। तो हम लोग गए थे वहाँ पे। फिर हमें लगा कि ये एक लड़का जैसा आदमी आके स्टेज पे क्यों चला आ रहा है, और हमारे साथ जो रेगुलेटर थे वो बड़ा जेलसी रखते थे। उन्होंने कहा कि डॉक्टर साहब ये कैसे आदमी जाके आपका स्टेज के बगल में बैठ रहा है। हम लोगों ने कहा कि नहीं, इस आदमी के अंदर क्षमता है, ये देश को बदलने की हैसियत रखता है। अगर चंद्रबाबू नायडू जी किसी व्यक्ति को पहचानते हैं, इस यंग एज में उसको अपना एडवाइज़र बनाते हैं, तो इसका मतलब है कि भारत के लिए वो बहुत बड़ा काम करने जा रहे हैं। और उसी समय इन्होंने EMTZ की स्थापना की थी। इनको हवाई जहाज़ में अपॉइंटमेंट मिला था। दोनों लोग साथ साथ सफ़र कर रहे थे, नायडू साहब और ये। उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, क्या आप हमारे प्रदेश के लिए, देश के लिए काम कर सकते हैं। और हम लोग आभारी हैं जितेंद्र जी का कि ये उसे स्वीकार किए। दूसरी चीज़, एक और दिल की बात बताना नहीं चाहिए, ये पर्सनल चीज़ है। एक दिन हमने कहा कि आप DCGI बन जाइए, और हम ये जानते थे कि अगर ये तैयार हो गए तो हम इनको DCGI बनाने के लिए प्लीड करेंगे। ये भारत के पहले व्यक्ति थे जिन्होंने कहा कि डॉक्टर साहब, हमें आप क्यों इस झंझट में फंसाना चाहते हैं, हम जो काम कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही उत्तम काम है, और दैट शोज द करेज एंड determination for the country as a whole. Sir, we feel proud of you. थर्ड चीज़ हम बता दें, जो एक और चीज़ आप लोगों को सामने रखना चाहते हैं, जितेंद्र शर्मा जी का आप लोग जाइए और विशाखापट्टनम में जो आपने EMTZ बनाया है वो अद्भुत है। उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार भारत के जो अन्य प्रदेश मेडिकल डिवाइसेस में, टेक्नोलॉजी में बढ़ना चाह रहे हैं, इनसे लेसन लेते हैं। जो हमारे स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, जो रेगुलेटरी प्रैक्टिसेस है, ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटीज़ है, जो ग्लोबल हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, इन्होंने ग्लोबल यूनिवर्सिटी वहाँ बना दी है। इन्होंने वो भी टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी कर दी है जो बियॉन्ड इमेजिनेशन है, क्योंकि हम वहाँ जाते रहते हैं, देखते रहते हैं। और अंतिम चीज़ का कि हम, क्योंकि आप लोग इनको सुनने के लिए बहुत उत्साहित लग रहे हैं, तभी खाने के बाद इतने लोग इकट्ठा हुए हैं। इनका ये था कि हम 3 आदमी को हाईली रेटेड इन माई लाइफ। एक कलाम साहब को, जिन्होंने आज डिफेंस में हमें स्वावलंबन बना दिया है। जो भी हमारी मिसाइल्स हैं, जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी है, उन्होंने देश को इतना बड़ा कर दिया है, चाहे स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे मिसाइल्स हो, चाहे कोई भी चीज़ हो। वी सल्यूट दैट ग्रेट मैन ऑफ दिस नेशन। दूसरा जो है, आज हम जो अपने मेट्रो पे चलते हैं तो श्रीधरन साहब को हम याद रखते हैं। जब भी जिस प्रदेश में भी जाते हैं, मेट्रो चलती हुई दिखती है तो हमें वो याद आते हैं। तीसरा व्यक्ति उस पंक्ति में जो होने वाला है, आप 10 से 15 साल बाद आप देखिएगा, वो डॉक्टर जितेंद्र शर्मा जी होंगे। जो मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी, मेडिकल डिवाइसेस जिसमें हम जीरो थे, उसमें आप हीरो बनाने जा रहे हैं। और हम निवेदन करेंगे कि जितेंद्र शर्मा जी देश के लिए, और हम लोग प्रार्थना करते रहेंगे कि इनको अच्छी बुद्धि दें, स्वास्थ्य दें और ताकत दें, जिसमें कि विकसित भारत बनाने की जो प्रधानमंत्री जी की परिकल्पना है, JP नड्डा जी की जो सोच है कि नहीं, हम हेल्थ सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन लाएंगे, वो पूर्ण होगा। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ हम क्षमा चाहते हैं IP कमीशन के लोगों से और सेक्रेटरी कम साइंटिफिक डायरेक्टर से कि हम जितेंद्र शर्मा जी के समय में हम घुसपैठ कर लिए हैं। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful introduction. May I now invite Dr. Jitendra Sharma, sir, to deliver his address on role of Indian Pharmacopoeia stepping towards Viksit Bharat, highlighting how quality standards and innovation together can strengthen India's healthcare and manufacturing ecosystem. Please, sir.
Thank you, madam. Happy New Year to everyone. Happy New Year. Firstly, my colleague, friend, brother, Director IPC, Scientific Director IPC, Dr. Kalai Selvan, congratulations. Bringing all of the great people in one hall on 2nd of January is not easy. But although you may not have got the time to celebrate Happy New Year with your family, nobody has celebrated New Year with such a big family. Nobody. So congratulations for bringing all the family members together. Second congratulation is any organization that celebrates a great day, any organization that celebrates a good milestone, not all organizations are lucky to have its founder. You are singularly lucky to host the founder of IPC, Dr. G.N. Singh. If he would not have built IPC, you would not be there, they would not be here, I would not be here, this stage would not be here, this event would not be here. And therefore, let me share with you few things that we do, that we want to do, that IPC, AMTZ, Dr. Kalam Institute, that I represent, all of us can do together. You see, Indian healthcare market is about 25 lakh crore. हम लोग यहाँ किस लिए हैं? हेल्थ केयर के लिए. Pharmacopoeial standards, pharmacopoeia, drug safety, device safety is one important, critical, non-negotiable aspect of healthcare. But why are we here? We are here because my mother may be on wheelchair, my father may be having Alzheimer's, some kid may be having a congenital heart disease, some friend must be having lung sclerosis, somebody must be having low levels of anemia, and this is our community. So we are here for our own people. Job is only an excuse to do the job. Job is not the job. So any of you who think you are doing a job, you are only fooling yourself. आप सिर्फ और सिर्फ अपनों के लिए यहां हैं. आपका काम सिर्फ एक माध्यम है अपने काम को पूरा करने का. Now in healthcare, the market is 25 lakh crore. In this 25 lakh crore market, pharmacy world is about 6 lakh crore. Indian pharmaceutical industry, organized sector, not unorganized, not fly-by-night operators, not people who open factory in the night and close in the morning. Organized pharmaceutical sector is 6 lakh crore. Medical devices is 1 lakh crore. In medical devices, the diagnostic industry is 20,000 crore. And this diagnostic industry diagnoses what 25 lakh crore market treats. जैसे अगर आप एक बहुत बड़ा घर लें, उस घर के ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे एक कमरा होगा जो कि छोटा होगा, उस छोटे से कमरे का एक और भी छोटा दरवाजा होगा, उस दरवाजे के ऊपर एक छोटा सा ताला होगा और उस ताले की 2 इंच की चाबी होगी. But the 2 inches of key can open a 5,000 square feet of bungalow. 2 inches of key. And that is why diagnostic industry is the key, which opens the lock of medtech, pharmacy world, because we diagnose what is the problem, and leads to 25 lakh crore of healthcare economy in this country. And when this 25 lakh crore work is happening, like if you are going in Vande Bharat train or our Rajdhani, at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, if somebody, for wrong reasons or for neglect, pulls the chain, what happens? The whole train can stop and worse can happen. And therefore, modern trains have safety systems to avoid such scenario. Because ये 25 लाख करोड़ के रफ्तार की ट्रेन है इंडिया की, और इसको कभी भी झटका लग सकता है. और ये झटका ना लगे या लगे तो भी नुकसान ना हो, वो सेफ्टी सिस्टम is Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. There is no other institution which can play this role. Every other institution is engine, fuel, radar system, signal processing system. But the safety lock to ensure that the train doesn't stop, train of healthcare, even if it stops temporarily, damage does not happen, is Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And that is why, by doing the service of creating Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, our most respected Dr. G.N. Singh ji has done a lifetime service to this country for the entire healthcare system of the country. Now, in what we do as part of healthcare is, when I always say this, when I was in health ministry, जिस MRI को मैं 6 करोड़ में खरीदता था, अब मैं उसको 2.5 करोड़ में एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा हूं. जिस हार्ट वाल्व को हम 22 लाख रुपए में खरीदते थे, 4 लाख रुपए में हम दे रहे हैं. कोविड के समय India was consuming 12 lakh RT-PCR test kits in a day, every day for 1.5 years, almost. In that 12 lakh, 11 lakh kits every day was being supplied by us to the country. 1,000 oxygen concentrators and 250 ventilators every day for 1.5 years. That is the role we have played in medical technology to strengthen this train of healthcare. I remember when I came back from WHO Geneva to join Government of India, almost everybody told me not to come. Everybody. क्योंकि, नितिन गडकरी जी, माननीय मंत्री जी, हमारे रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट के, उनका एक बहुत अच्छा जोक है, एक चुटकुला है. कहीं वो खाना खाने गए और खाना खाते समय उनको चम्मच दी गई, स्पून विद द प्लेट, और स्पून के पीछे लिखा था मेड इन चाइना. तो उन्होंने मजाक में बोला, ये चम्मच चाइना से क्यों लाए हैं? इंडिया में क्या चमचों की कमी है? So almost everybody, 2012, advised me not to come. There are 2 people who told me that if you come, there is a lot to do, but it is effortful. But this is a lifetime opportunity. One person was Dr. V.M. Katoch, the then Secretary, Department of Health Research and Director General of ICMR, and the second person was Dr. G.N. Singh. When I came in ministry, we realized that drug reactions are, thankfully, because of the work of, and we should remember our elders and teachers. ऑस्ट्रेलिया में एक बहुत अच्छा ट्रेडिशन है. अगर आप किसी भी ऑनलाइन यूट्यूब पे पूछें, just check on YouTube, the practice with which any meeting is started in Australia. बस इतना टाइप करें. And you will be surprised to know that ऑस्ट्रेलिया में एक बहुत अच्छा कल्चर है. They start from minister to director. All the meetings are started by one sentence. We pay our respects to teachers and elders of past, present and future. बड़ों का और गुरुओं का सम्मान करके वो अपनी हर मीटिंग को शुरू करते हैं. So we should remember our teachers and elders who have contributed so much. That was a time when pharmacovigilance was taking roots, thanks to Dr. G.N. Singh, but then there were other stalwarts like Dr. Y.K. Gupta. I think many of you would know him, Dr. Y.K. Gupta. Dr. S.D. Gupta, whom we unfortunately lost during COVID. So there were many good quality teachers, mentors who were driving an ADR reporting. And since I had got trained in Uppsala in pharmacovigilance in WHO Center in Uppsala, ADR was something that everybody was understanding to react. One is drug reaction. One is our reaction looking at the reaction. So everybody was trying to acclimatize themselves. And then we heard a news that in Chhattisgarh or somewhere, I don't remember, West Bengal or Chhattisgarh, there was a fire in neonatal care ICU. और 12 बच्चे नियोनेटल केयर आईसीयू में जल के मर गए. और वो फायर शुरू हुई थी शॉर्ट सर्किट नॉट ऑफ द बिल्डिंग बट इन द इक्विपमेंट. एंड दैट वाज द टाइम व्हेन आई थिंक मिस्टर पांडा वाज द एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी एंड ही कॉल्ड अ मीटिंग एंड मिस्टर आर के जैन जी, द डीजी CGHS also was there at that time. Then all of us, Dr. G.N. Singh came, many people came, and we realized that medical devices safety is compromised fully. One, because India was import dependent. Two, even if you buy foreign machine, what happens to the machine we don't know. Three, there is no system to report. So I remember I designed the Material Vigilance Program of India, and I straight went to Dr. G.N. Singh in DCGI in FDA Bhavan. And he said, this is a technological program, not even a technological program. Because circuit of the machine might be wrong. There might be high power SMPS board malfunctioning. There might be issues with power electronics. There might be issues with radiation. There might be many things, so it's a technological program. He told me in the evening, let us host this program in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Who can support Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission? Tell me. And I told him the National Health System Resource Center, jiska medical devices, I was the head and founder, and Sri Chitra Institute, Trivandrum. And we created this Material Vigilance Program of India, including the reporting format. Now, even Material Vigilance Program has, thanks to work of Dr. Kalai Selvan, it has penetrated across the country. Biovigilance for vaccines had already happened. The AEFI program, the adverse event following immunization. The biovigilance for blood products had already happened. And therefore, from nothing, in 15 years, we had pharmacovigilance, AEFI, biovigilance, hemovigilance. Some countries call it biovigilance, but we call it hemovigilance. And we had pharmacovigilance, material vigilance, AEFI, and hemovigilance. Now, all these 4 programs, coordinated by right technical institutes, have found roots in the country. But this is not the end, because people behind us are still struggling. And therefore, there are 3 things which I want to tell you. One, and all 3 things are, there are 3 verticals in which I want to share my thoughts with you. One vertical is the complexity of medical products. सर, आपको जानकर खुशी होगी कि इंडिया में पेसमेकर नहीं बनता था. हमारे कैंपस में AMTZ में in one of our 167 partner companies and 22 centers of government of India, we are now able to make pacemakers. In fact, now there is a Bluetooth connected pacemaker. और हम लोग, in matter of humor and joke, on a lighter note, we say that never install the Bluetooth connected pacemaker app on your wife's phone. कहीं दूध दही चावल भूल गए तो कहीं ऐप में वो बंद ना कर दे. But these complex products require complex materials. For example, I don't know how many of you all know, but there is a product called nitinol. Nitinol is used in 100% of pacemakers, defibrillators, implantable defibrillators, LVAD, the left ventricular assistive device. And nitinol has only 2 producers in the world. And nitinol has no quality control and no standard. And it's a pacemaker which is going inside the body. It actually qualifies under drug device combination. The second example, all the knee joints and hip joints, उनकी जो lining होती है, we make using ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. I don't know if Dr. Bakshi is here, but he would know from PGI. Now, ultra high molecular weight polyethylene was made by only 3 companies in the world. This is what foreign companies have done. हम लोग गोदरेज का 7 लीवर 9 लीवर का 9 ताल ताले लगाते गए और वो लोग कोड नंबर वाला लॉक लगाते गए. Now in these critical components, some 2 or 3 people are sitting with their magic button. Ultra high molecular weight polyethylene with 6 bars of pressure is made by only 3 companies in the world. we started making it, and now the entire implant industry in India takes from us, from AMTZ. We made India self-reliant even in the raw material. These products don't have a pharmacopoeial standards, but it's an implant qualifying under drug device category going inside the body without a standard. So my first thing is, there are large number of not just the traditional sirolimus, eriolimus, paclitaxel drug-eluting stent, wo to hai, but there are more complex products which require pharmacopoeial assessment. And I think with wearables coming, with silicon patch coming, with continuous glucose monitoring system patch coming, with insulin pump coming, these are all products that deserve to be under pharmacopoeial standard for the input raw material. And I think that is where we have to prove our technical and technological leadership. The second thing, sir, is till now, in the pharmacopoeial penetration, sir, we have only brought in practitioners, whether it is pharmacists, biomedical engineers, clinicians, reporting committees in under NABH, National Accreditation Board of Hospital Accreditation. There is now a standard for reporting of adverse events, which is again a victory for IPC. But sir, we have, in fact, imagine, an accreditation system like NABH refers to adverse event reporting. However, there is no penetration among patients, among caregivers and patient right groups. ऐसे बहुत से पेशेंट राइट्स ग्रुप्स हैं जिनको ये पेशेंट्स तक इस अवेयरनेस को पहुंचाना होगा. So you will be very happy to know that our Honorable Minister, Honorable Piyush Goyal ji, was on 15th November at AMTZ Vizag, and we inaugurated the first Institute of Communication in India called Medical Quality and Communication Institute, MQCI. The only purpose of MQCI, Medical Quality and Communication Institute, is to take the tools, techniques, methods of knowledge institutions like IPC, convert it into patient-friendly advice and systems. For example, if somebody is getting a reaction wearing a wearable, आपने wearable पहना है, ये wearable क्या है? ये receptor sensor based loop है. Receptor sensor based loop measures oxidation potential through near infrared rays, converts it into data. Data is sensed through, analyzed through software, displayed through a screen. So it's a loop. The electropotential of this wearable can also interfere with bloodstream. Large number of such products are coming out, जिसको patient Amazon पे खरीद रहा है, Flipkart पे खरीद रहा है. And today, whether it is a wearable or implant or a hospital bed, we have not been able to bring patients and caregivers into our fold. So my second request is, we can see when 27th, 28th, when we are hosting the IPC in presence of dignitaries, the Medical Quality and Communication Institute can sign an MOU with Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission to bring the technical knowledge of standards into the language of communication for patients, for the citizens. And my third and the last point, क्योंकि बर्तन already गिरने लगे हैं, एक दो मेरी तरफ आए उससे पहले I should stop. My last and final request is, कि sir, under the leadership of somebody like the scientific director IPC now, who इनका तो his heart beats for IPC. For last 10 years, 15 years I have seen him. There is no office he will not go to get the job of IPC done. There is no person he will not meet to get the job of IPC done. There is no meeting he will not keep, no tool he will not develop, which will not fulfill the job of IPC. he will go all out to get job done for IPC. Because of his hard work, we now have pharmacopoeial standards in print and digital. But sir, digital today is a half journey. It's a road with one-way traffic. The second lane of this one-way traffic is AI, artificial intelligence. So if we can take the digital pharmacopoeial standards and add AI engines to it, then this pharmacopoeial standard can actually give differential results with other pharmacopoeial standards in the world, trace ADRs depending upon the reference material anywhere on earth, and depending upon the power of the engine, we can create world's first AI-enabled pharmacopoeia. And I think that is the vision that with which we can solidify the ground done by IPC, the ground covered by IPC. Because in 2047, if India has to become a world leader, then India cannot become world leader on 2046, 31st December, 12 o'clock. It has to start today. Furniture people have to do. You will be surprised to know how things are moving. Indian plumbers were not allowed to go to Middle East 10 years ago because they were not competent to handle the expensive sanitary wear of Hindware, Perriwear and foreign brands like Roka. हमारे मजदूर उन ब्रांड्स के सैनिटरी वेयर को, कमोड्स को, वॉश बेसिन्स को तोड़ देते थे क्योंकि उनको ट्रेनिंग नहीं दी गई थी. हिंडवेयर के जो फाउंडर हैं, मिस्टर आर के सोमानी, नाउ ही इज नो मोर, ही वाज 86. He created the Indian Plumbing Skill Council to train Indian plumbers so that they can go and capture real estate market. So it is not that India becomes world leader only in one field. If it becomes a world leader, it has to be in all fields. It has to become world leader in agriculture, fisheries, furniture, pharmacopoeia, drug, device, everything. Only then we become leaders. And therefore, before the world wakes up and monetizes, क्योंकि एक चीज इंडिया में बरकत बहुत है. बरकत होने की वजह से हम लोगों का दिल, परिवार, समाज बड़ा है. आउटसाइड इंडिया ऑल ऑफ अस हैव लिव्ड. प्रॉस्पेरिटी है, बरकत नहीं है. उनके पास धन है, बरकत नहीं है, क्योंकि वो देना नहीं जानते. Before somebody captures this and monetizes, I think we should be able to make the first AI-enabled pharmacopoeia of the world and offer it to the country and to the world. And therefore, I thank Dr. Kalai for leading this mission. I thank our mentor, teacher, and the founder of IPC, Dr. G.N. Singh. You have created history, sir, and all people who are here are indebted to you. But I think if we are able to walk on these three paths, complex products, bringing citizens into the discussion of pharmacopoeia standard safety, and using model tools like AI, then we would have truly progressed and taken our country forward. Once again, Happy New Year and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We now move. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We now move to the most awaited technical segment of the session, Updates of Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026, which will provide comprehensive insights into upcoming monographs, journal chapters, and emerging scientific domains. May I now invite Dr. Jagat Prakash, sir, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, IPC, to please chair the session. Our moderator for the session is Dr. Manish Kapoor, Drug Controller, Himachal Pradesh. May I request you, sir, to please come on the dais. May I now request Dr. Jagat Prakash, sir, to please welcome Dr. Manish Kapoor, sir, with Tulsi Planter. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Jagat Prakash, sir, to please give a brief introduction of our moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. The respected galaxy of the participants and the moderator of the today's session, we have Dr. Manish Kapoor with us. And Dr. Manish Kapoor, he has done his B.Pharm in 1993 from University Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences at Chandigarh, and the post-graduation or master's degree in pharmacy from University Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences at Chandigarh. He also has done diploma in export management in 1997, and thereafter he joined the Drugs Control Administration, Government of Himachal Pradesh in the year 2002 as the Drugs Inspector at Kullu, Himachal Pradesh. He has also served as the Assistant Drugs Controller at the headquarters in Mandi, and also held various positions like Deputy Drugs Controller with effect from 2019. He has also the experience of more than 24 years, and during his service he has completed the PhD with the title Study of Adoption and Perception of QBD in Pharmaceutical Manufacturers of Himachal Pradesh. Presently, sorry for the inconvenience, and presently he is also the member of the DTAB, and recently he has got a dedicated logo approved for Drugs Control Administration Himachal Pradesh from Government of Himachal Pradesh. So with this strong background of Dr. Manish Kapoor, with adequate qualification and the experience and the training in the area of drugs regulation, I welcome you, sir, to moderate this session.
You may speak. It will come. No, it's not working. I just want to make a small announcement. We have provided a QR code with, along with your registration ID cards. You are requested to scan your questions if any. However, we are going to take the live questions also. So if any one of you want to do Slido, you can do the same.
Thank you, Dr. Jagat Prakash, for a brief introduction, and my special thanks to Dr. Kalai Selvam for giving me this opportunity on the platform of IPC to moderate this scientific session of today. So I think we should start, and I would like to invite Dr. Pawan Saini, who is Senior Scientific Officer, Analytical Research and Development Division, IPC, with his presentation. He will be speaking on pharmaceutical monographs and journal chapters. Dr. Pawan Saini, please. ठीक है डॉक्टर जीएन सिंह, आपका सजेशन जो है, मेरा पहले मानना यही था कि आई आस्क्ड देम दैट आई शुड कॉल ऑल द, तो दे सेड कि एक एक करके बुलाते हैं, बट आई थिंक जो मेरे माइंड में एक बैकग्राउंड में था पहले, वही आप चाह रहे हैं. सो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट अदर स्पीकर्स ऑल्सो टू कम ऑन डायस बिफोर डॉक्टर पवन सैनी स्टार्ट्स हिज प्रेजेंटेशन. I'll invite Dr. Robin Kumar, Principal Scientific Officer, Reference Standard Division IPC, to please come on the dais. Now, I would request Dr. Anil Kumar Tiotia, Senior Principal Scientific Officer, Microbiology Division IPC. Welcome, Dr. Anil. And Dr. M. Kalaivani, Principal Scientific Officer, Biologics Division, IPC, to be on the stage. And lastly, Dr. Meenakshi Dhaya, Principal Scientific Officer, QA and Phyto Division, IPC. Please come on the stage. I'm finding myself today that perhaps I'm feeling I'm also part of IPC, the way the responsibility has been given to me. Thank you. So please, Dr. Pawan, we start with your presentation for today.
Good afternoon, everyone. In IP 2026, actually we are having 121 IP monographs, in which out of 121, 93 are of small molecule in nature, and of pharmaceutical monographs that includes active pharmaceutical ingredients, single component formulations, fixed dose combinations, excipients monographs, and also journal chapters we have included in this edition. And this IP 2026 will be official from 1st July 2026, which will provide a clear implementation timeline. A 6-month transition period has been provided to support smooth adoption by all stakeholders. In addition, the general notices has been revised to incorporate requirement on elemental impurities and nitrosamine impurities, further strengthening qualities and patient safety. So these updates will ensure clarity, preparedness, and alignments with global standards. The 10th edition of IP that covers 7 major therapeutic and functional categories, including anti-cancer, anti-tubercular, anti-diabetic, antibiotic, antifungal, excipients, and antiretroviral drug. Each category includes new and revised monographs addressing widely used medicines and formulations, such as advanced anti-cancer therapies, critical anti-tubercular drugs, modern anti-diabetic combinations, essential antibiotics, antifungal agents, excipients, and antiretroviral medicines. These inclusions reflects IPC's focus on public health priorities, emerging therapies, and quality assurance across the pharmaceutical supply chain. This edition focuses on method upgradation and modernization, replacing traditional tests with the advanced instrumental techniques. Specification has been strengthened through inclusion of dissolution and related substances tests that is aligned with the ICH guidelines. Yes. This IP is the part of PDG also. And, this PDG is the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group that was formed in 1989 by having the three pharmacopoeia like United States Pharmacopoeia, European Pharmacopoeia, and Japanese Pharmacopoeia. These three pharmacopoeia was the part of PDG, and recently IPC has in 2023 we have become the fourth member of this PDG group, and to harmonize the journal chapters and the excipient monographs that are under their scope. Yeah, this edition includes more than 300 monographs revisions, which have 67 complete revision tests for related substances and dissolutions have been newly added or revised in several monographs, and titles has been upgraded to improve clarity and consistency. These revisions collectively strengthen quality standards and regulatory robustness. This edition introduces new tests for related substances, adds dissolution tests, and upgrade assay methods across several monographs. Traditional techniques have been replaced with more robust instrumental methods, improving accuracy and reliability. Overall, these changes strengthen analytical quality and align IP 2026 with contemporary regulatory expectations. This implementation of elemental impurities. This chapter of elemental impurities was introduced in IP 2022, and we have issued several notices in 2023 and 24 to aware the stakeholders for their knowledge so that they can start implementing it. Stakeholders were progressively guided transition from heavy metal testing to switch over to elemental impurities. But now in IP 2026, elemental impurities has fully been replaced with heavy metal test with clear reference included in the journal notices and API journal monograph. Actually, this was the requirement because the other global pharmacopoeias has already adopted it since a long back, and India, we was using the heavy metal test that has their own limitations. And that's why we thought to switch over to the elemental impurities, and this was the stakeholder demands also to switch over to elemental impurities. But now from this edition, this is going to be official for each and every monograph, and the stakeholder has to comply with it. The uniformity of dosage unit is, this test was also introduced in IP 2022, marking an important step towards global harmonization. This transition was reaffirmed through an IPC notice in 2024. Now in IP 2026, earlier chapter was weight and content uniformity that has been consolidated into a single unified chapter, that is 2.5.4 uniformity of dosage unit, to ensure consistent and harmonized requirement across the dosage forms. As IP 2026 is also available in IP online format, the digital format is digital form is also available that give an instant access to the latest updates, significantly reducing dependence on the printed edition. This IP 2026 that contains content of IP 2022, Addendum 2024, and the amendment list which are released during this period are also incorporated in this. And one additional thing, actually, the IP 2026 print version, whosoever is purchasing the IP online version is also being provided complimentary with this. So the stakeholder can procure the print version and they will get the online version complimentary with this. This assessing IP standards, online IP standard, this has a comprehensive database that the access is very secured. It is provided with a password and this thing. The download facility is also available. Print option is also there. And IPC regularly provides the technical supports if any issues arises during handling of this. And advanced search functionality is also available in the IP online portal. And easy cross-referencing and navigation is available in this version. And this is very user-friendly, and regular updates are being made in this IP online version. This is all about the small molecule monographs and general chapters of IP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pawan. And really, it was a quick revision of what we are going to have in this 10th edition of IP. So you have explained very well how the improvement has gone in a big way into this edition. So to continue the session, now I would request Dr. Robin Kumar, Principal Scientific Officer. He will be speaking on IP reference substances and impurities.
Thank you so much, sir. So as per the definition of Indian Pharmacopoeia reference substances, the Indian Pharmacopoeia reference substances as IPRS, as it is individual monograph and are issued by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission or by laboratory authorized by the IPC to assume the official status in India. IPRS is referred to as the official IP monograph. It is also the legal status of IPRS as per the DNC Act, which is as per the IP and the legal notices of IP. It is also given in the DNC Act, and as per the Gazette notification in 28 December 23, as the Indian Pharmacopoeia current edition is used, and is the reference standard chapter for Indian Pharmacopoeia reference substance shall be procured from Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. It is a new update. At presently, it is where it is used. We have, I think, qualitative, quantitative, system suitability, and the verification calibrations. For qualitative standards, the identification by IR, peak identification for the impurities by HPLC GC. For quantitative, assay, related substance, dissolution, content of uniformity. And for the system suitability, for resolution, theoretical plate counts, tailing factor. We have also the verification and the calibrator for the HPLC, caffeine. It is used in the HPLC calibration. IP prednisone dissolution tablet for the dissolution calibrator. Nicotinic acid, which are the new feature, was given in 2022, where we have given a very economic price. Only 5,000 it is given. Other pharmacopoeia, I think it gives the filter and very costly. So it is a very economic purpose. And then we have a primary reference standard to develop for the working standard, for the traceability purpose, they are using the primary reference standard. Where it is used. So since 2022 and now, specification is not complied if you are not using the reference standard IPRS. It is clear-cut mention in every individual monograph, you have to be used IPRS. Otherwise, your specification is not complied. It is a similar line of EPRS or USPRS. If it is not available, then you can use any other pharmacopoeia reference material. Presently, we have a total 1338 reference standard. Past presentation, Dr. Raghuvanshi sir also told, we are the third highest pharmacopoeia in terms of volume. At present, there are the 11-12 countries, they are regularly purchasing reference standard from Indian Pharmacopoeia. This is the major question asked by the industry, where is the COA? So now COA is available at our website also and our online store also. You can check any industry people you want, their specification, your product is not for your purpose, you can go through the online store and you can check it. Another thing, the purity is given at our IPRS is on as-is basis. So हर जगह आपको wherever use either your API or you can use for the formulation, you need as such basis purity. So that's why we are giving as such basis purity. These are the flow chart. How you can buy our reference products. So IPRS, they are the offline mode. You can fill the supply order form, enter detail given, send to us, or you can also buying online through the online mode. Add to cart service is also available, or by hand is also available. These are the process. You can go through the online store and you can directly purchase from our website by using UPI mode. This is the general information to you. In terms of 2026, these are the new reference material, will be released soon. 36 new IPRS and 54 impurities as per upcoming IP 2026. So these are the general questions and industry and a mail we have received in the several times. So usage of reference standard vial after opening, very clear. Once vial is opened, we are not liable. First time you can check the purity and you develop your in-house working standard. You have to be decided as per intermediate checks of reference standard. Pack size. We have a vary the pack size from 50 to 250, 100, 200 mg or 1 ml for the reference material, and impurity 10 or 20 mg or 1 ml in the quantity. What main issue is the validity of the current lot. So maximum time there are industries asking about this. So very clear, current lot available on our website. Previous lot is also valid for the 6 months. We have already declared on the website. How to download the COA? Already told, go through the online store, directly download our COA. Valid or current COA is available on our website. These are the new updation in IP 22. मैं already आया था, but now in 26, uniformity of dosage unit. Now it is a mandatory test up to, as per the 2.5.4, the uniformity of dosage unit. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Robin, for giving a comprehensive overview of the Indian Pharmacopoeia reference substances. And these are the highly characterized substances. Without the use of reference substances, we cannot fully comply with the monograph, even any specific monograph in the IP. We will take up the question and answer session at the end. And in the interest of time, I will be requesting my next colleague, Dr. A.K. Tewatia, to give an overview of what has been updated in IP 2026 from microbiology point of view. Over to you, and welcome to you, Dr. Tewatia.
Very good evening, everyone. Respected Dr. Jain Singh sir, our founder, director, and our teacher. And he is always with us, with the IP Commission, like a guardian. So, sir, we are very grateful to you to be here today. So, as a microbiological part is also a very important part in pharmaceutical testing point of view. Although there is very small divisions in every organization, but it is very important testing parameter with respect to quality standard, because it can affect our patient safety. It is the requirement of regulatory also. So in first slide, I want to show you that what is the need of microbiological standard. It is the requirement because there is a patient safety directly related to the if a microorganism present more than the specified limit. And product quality and efficacy, it can also affect our product quality also, though, so there is always we have to do the microbiological testing. And regulatory compliance also, national as well as international regulatory requirements for microbiological testing. Mainly, actually, there are no much changes as per the year-by-year publications, but we have to, there are important parameters we have to perform in our microbiology laboratory, that is microbiological contamination, microbiological assay of antibiotics, antimicrobial preservative efficacy, bacterial endotoxin, and sterility. Whenever you are performing these test parameters in your laboratory, you have to refer journal chapters. We have given journal chapters in our Indian Pharmacopoeia, Volume 1. And whenever you are going to perform these tests, you have to refer and consult these chapters. These chapters we are mentioning here for your reference and awareness. So we have given these chapters with their appendices number, and these chapters are available in the Pharmacopoeia in previous editions also. In 2026, we have added a new chapter, disinfectants and antiseptics. So you should go all these chapters whenever you are doing testing. And one more thing I want to mention here, that we are upgrading these chapters and we are harmonizing as per the requirement of pharmaceutical industry. As per we receive your queries, we are upgrading these chapters time to time and harmonizing with other pharmacopoeia also. So I request you all, please share your comments whenever you are doing, whenever you are facing any difficulty in your experimental work, please share your observations. We will discuss with our experts, with our scientific board, and we will take appropriate action, and we will then publish. Then I am discussing bacterial endotoxin test here because in IP 2026, in chapter 2.2.3, we have added this statement: in the event of doubt or dispute, the final decision is made based upon the gel clot limit test unless otherwise specified in the individual monograph. There are 4 or 5 techniques regarding experiment for endotoxin test. So gel clot test is the final test in case of any doubt. So you have to follow these things. In IP 2026, we have upgraded some limits of some monographs like ceftriaxone sodium and ceftriaxone sodium injection. We have changed their bacterial endotoxin limits and harmonized with other pharmacopoeia. We have calculated these limits on the basis of present of doses of these we have taken from the innovator and then put up in our expert working group. Then it was published in the form of Pharmacopoeia. Now these are available in the IP 2026 edition. This chapter I am mentioning here because it was introduced in IP 2022 during Corona period. It was asked by our Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. There is a very need of early release of batches for medicines to our patients during Corona period. So at that time, a chapter on alternative technology. As you are aware that in microbiological testing, their sterility testing takes 14 days. So at that time, we cannot wait for 14 days for batch release. So at that time, this chapter was developed and it is provided to the stakeholders so that medicine can be released in time-bound manner and patient can be benefited. Now, this slide I am showing for the future plan. We are under discussion water activity determination for non-sterile pharmaceutical products. So this chapter is under discussion with our experts for development for the incoming edition for Indian Pharmacopoeia. And some upgradations are also under discussion with our experts, like cutaneous patches and medicated plasters. So we have to include these microbial contamination for these plasters, medicated plasters and cutaneous patches also. So this is under discussion with our experts. And as per their opinion and their decision, we will move forward. And one more thing, in the last I want to tell you, bacterial endotoxin, we are using blood of horseshoe crab. So as it is very clear, Government of India is very keen to minimize the use of animals in any testing. So there are 2 or 3 private agencies are there. They are developing some recombinant reagents. These can be used in place of endotoxin testing in future, in place of LAL test. So this is under discussion, and very soon you will be see on our website or whatever is the decision of our scientific board. So this is for your information here. And thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Anil, for providing a glimpse about the microbiological standards in IP. And the best part, what we find here is that as a regulator now we are moving towards revised Schedule M, and it demands continuous upgradation, which is essential to compete with the international standards. And the best part we see in all the slides is coming up that IPC is also having a scope of upgradation open to the stakeholders to provide their comments where it can be improved. So that is a very good initiative by IPC. And with this, I now move to Dr. M. Kalaivani on biologics.
Very happy New Year to all. Today I'll be giving the update on biologics. When we talk about biologics, like IP, first IP 2026, it has 4 volumes. The third volume is third volume has all biological monographs of different categories, and the 4th volume is also having the veterinary biologicals. So the 3rd volume and 4th volume will be handled by us, and of course the general chapter which are related to the biologicals are given in the volume 1. So when we talk about biologicals in IP, it includes biotechnology derived therapeutic products, blood and blood related products. Under blood and blood related products, we have blood components, plasma products, and blood reagents. And then vaccines and immunos are for human use, and biologicals for veterinary use. And we work, and Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission work for developing alternatives to animal method in IP. We focus on alternatives also. And this slide shows the growth of biological monographs from the year, from last year to, from IP 22 to 26. So the first slide shows the brief about the biotechnological derived therapeutic products. When we say about biotechnological derived therapeutic products, means this includes, these are all the quality standards for innovator products also and for biosimilars also. Both the stakeholders has to comply with these monographs. There are around 40 monographs in Indian Pharmacopoeia 2026, among which 2 were new. When I say this 40 monographs are there, those 40 monographs are starting from insulin till the therapeutic monoclonal antibodies, which includes the general chapters owning to the monoclonal antibodies. Everything is covered. And for this edition, we have introduced trastuzumab, quality standards for trastuzumab for API as well as injection. And when we talk about blood and blood related products, the next section which has under biologicals is blood and blood related products. As I said, it has all the categories of plasma products, blood components, and the blood reagents. So in this edition, the special focus is given on blood components, which is as per the requirement of Drugs and Cosmetics Second Amendment Rule 2020. So this rule is for the blood centers. The quality standards which we have given in this IP 2026 are applicable to the blood centers. So with this, blood centers are also included in our scope. There are around 20 new monographs of blood components have been included. And earlier during morning inauguration also it was stated that these components are transfused, are used in the transfusion medicine. So the quality for these components are given in Indian Pharmacopoeia, current edition, the IP 2026, which is released today. And these components are used for the treatment of critical diseases like thalassemia and transfusion medicine related diseases where the blood is transfused. And apart from monographs, we have introduced 2 general chapters also for this. One of which is very much important. We have given a guideline for irradiation of blood components also. So this was the prime focus for this edition. And these are all the list of blood component monographs. 20 blood components monograph has been introduced in this IP 2026. And next comes the vaccines and immunosera for human use, where as it was already said during the earlier presentation, all the vaccines which are under National Immunization Schedule has been covered. More than that we have included, because in immunization schedule it was around 20 vaccines are covered, but currently we have 77 monographs of individual vaccines and also the combination vaccines. And the 3 new monographs has been included, which are shown here, like human papillomavirus vaccine, meningococcal conjugate vaccine, and the reduced dose of DTP vaccine is also introduced, monograph. And when we talk about alternative to animal method, most of the potency tests in the vaccines are having the animal method. So the steps have been taken to reduce those animal dependency by adopting the alternate methods or by adopting the alternate approaches. Earlier, we have done away with abnormal toxicity test. Now, no batch releases needs to be done with abnormal toxicity test. And this edition, we have included this new general chapter on high throughput screening test for detection of extraneous agent. So with this, use of animal is reduced for detecting the extraneous agent in the batch releases. And the specific toxicity test at the final bulk has been, an omission has been given and a note has been given. If it is done at the antigen stage, no need of doing at the batch release. As we all aware, vaccine, the lot release is happening in the vaccines. So during those lot release stage, the specific toxicity test may not be necessary from this IP 2026. And next is about the monographs on veterinary product. As I said, the 4th volume is specially dedicated for veterinary products. And of course, the first and second volume needs to be referred in case of small molecules. It contains about 244 drug monographs specifically for veterinary. And there are 47 vaccine monographs and 14 diagnostic, which are applicable to veterinary. And the 5 immunosera monographs and 7 veterinary surgical monographs are included here. And in this edition, once again, a special focus is given for this veterinary biological monograph. The entire monographs, all the monographs has been upgraded and harmonized and restructured as per the requirement of international requirement. And apart from that, as an alternate to animal method, the target animal batch safety test, which was the requirement of every batch of veterinary vaccine, has been, an omission has been given. If it is performed at the antigen stage or at the seed lot stage, the regular testing of target animal batch safety test need not to be performed. So that omission is given in the veterinary. So this was the, thank you. And apart from that, the reversion of virulence test and omission has also been given. And in certain case of potency test, where in case of live virus, the virus titer can be considered as an equivalent to the potency. Once potency is established, after that, the routine lot release can be done with the virus titer or the spore count. So that provision is also given in IP 2026. So yeah, that's all about biological updates. Thank you for your patience.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kalaivani, for giving an overview of what monographs have been upgraded in IP 2026 from biologics point of view. So these drugs, they are very highly complex drugs, but we have given the scope for our DNA-derived vaccines, the blood products, as well as the use of the alternative methods, and not only limited to the bacterial endotoxin test, but also the monocyte activation test, as well as any other alternative method which can be demonstrated to the satisfaction of the drug regulatory authority, that is the NRA, that can be accepted and will save the time, as well as will eliminate the use for the use of animals, and implementing the principles of 3 Rs, the reduction, refinement, replacement, and the 4th one also, the rehabilitation of the animals as well.
One thing I would like to add that seeing this on biologics, what Dr. Klaivani has referred to in veterinary monographs. So many queries are being answered in this, as I feel that as a regulator, different stakeholders, the manufacturers who are into the veterinary products, they do have many queries with respect to this veterinary monograph. And I find in this slide that most of the queries which came to me during last 2 months have been answered in IP26. Congratulations IPC for doing this work. And I hope all the registered candidates, Dr. Kalaislavan, they will be getting these slides. That is important. I think they should have this benefit to have all the presentations, soft copies. Yeah. And now we move to the last.
And sir, I would also like to supplement one more thing. As and when we are receiving any query from pharma industry, the IPC Secretariat is taking the proactive steps to expeditiously dispose of such queries. So we immediately respond, and sometimes we also get the calls from the international counterparts as well. Thank you.
So lastly, now we invite Dr. Meenakshi Daya and on pharmaceuticals with respect to IP26.
थैंक यू सर, नमस्ते। आप सभी को मेरी तरफ से नव वर्ष की बहुत बहुत हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। एंड सिंस मॉर्निंग वी आर लिसनिंग टू मेनी प्रेजेंटेशन, आई जस्ट रिक्वेस्ट टू काइंडली बियर विद मी फॉर अनदर 5 minutes. So with the permission of our founder director, sir, Dr. G.N. Singh sir, and all the seniors sitting in the first row, I'll start with my presentation. As I'm looking after quality assurance division and phyto division, so the first few slides are on phytopharmaceuticals, the next on the quality assurance. So basically these are the activities of phytopharmaceutical division: development of new monograph, verification and validation of all assay technical tools, enhancement of the purified fraction, botanical reference substances, and engaged in harmonization of activity and conducting meetings with the expert working group. This is the status of the pharmaceutical monograph which we have in Indian Pharmacopoeia at present in 2026. And these are the journal chapters. We have one journal chapter on test on herbal products and phytopharmaceuticals. This is a journal monograph. At present, with reference to the herbal monograph, this shows the present status of the herbal monograph which we have in IP 2026. Now we have signed a MOU with PCIM, and IPC in close collaboration with the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Health and Medicine is working for the preparation of herbal monographs and herbal reference standards also. This we can skip. This is the flow chart, like how the monograph development is done. So this is the what we have identified for the future development. We'll be working on these PPIs. And this is the proposed development initiative for the phytopharmaceutical reference standards, which we are planning to include before, like when we will have the next addendum along with the monographs. So this, then we have a journal guidelines document available on our website also, phytopharmaceutical drug journal guidance for the development. Now coming to the quality, this was all about the phytopharmaceutical division. Coming to the quality assurance division, here I would like to share one thing. Like when I joined Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, at that time quality assurance was not the cup of tea for the government organization. But then one day, Dr. G.N. Singh sir called me और कहा कि मीनाक्षी, हमारे ऑर्गेनोग्राम में क्वालिटी अश्योरेंस है और हमने अभी तक इसको शुरू नहीं किया है. So that day we started this division, and I very proudly share with you all that at present the Quality Assurance Division in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is, I say better, if not better, at par with the MNCs. So at Phytopharmaceutical Division, we are conducting all the activities starting from the receiving of samples, issuance of samples, then checking the whole process and release of report. These are the activities of Quality Assurance Division. Coming to accreditation and certification, implementation of quality management system, report, review and release, maintenance and verification of quality records, proficiency testing. This is also one very important activity. Then internal, external audits, skill development program. All of you are very much aware that Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is conducting a lot of skill development programs for the academia, for the industry, and for all the stakeholders. Then training of research scholars at IPC. Most of the time we are having 30 to 40 research scholars, those who are doing their dissertation for M.Pharm, MSc. Then in-house training, offline, online training we are conducting for our own staff, paper publications and research articles. Another milestone which we have achieved is, very proudly I will share this, that Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission is the only pharmacopoeia and the only organization in the whole world having these many accreditation and certification. We have 17025, that is NABL for testing laboratories. We have 17034, reference material producers. We have 17043, PT provider. And we are also the only government organization having WHO Quality Control Laboratory Pre-Qualification Lab. These are our certificates. Then coming to, because in the audience we have many people from industry, and we have commercial testing laboratories also here, those who are NABL accredited for 17025. So IPC is a proficiency testing provider for pharma. This is the status since last 2017. Total PT rounds we have conducted is 20, and we have initiated, the one is in process. And national PT rounds 12. We are doing international PT rounds also. All the laboratories, those who are purchasing IPRS from Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, they are participating in our international PT round. Then in chemical discipline, we have conducted 15. For biological discipline, 5. Our biologics division is also accredited by 17025. And we are the only PT provider for the biologically derived products. This is a very big activity. Dr. Vani is smiling because the initiative was taken by Dr. Vani, and then we thought, Vani said, Madam, we will not be having many participants. I said, no, we'll go ahead with that, and it was a very successful round, and this is for information of all of you. Those who are doing testing in biologicals, they can reach to us for participation in PT. So this is basically details of the round what we have conducted. And then another important activity of Quality Assurance Division is conducting training. So we are conducting training for the stakeholders. We are conducting trainings for the government analysts, for the regulators also. We have conducted a lot of training programs for the newly recruited drug inspectors and for the bench chemists, for the government analysts, and for the stakeholders. The trainings are, we are conducting awareness programs to create awareness about the activities, what IPC is doing, and we are also conducting hands-on training programs to strengthen all the 36 laboratories, the state laboratories and the central laboratories for the new updates, whatever are coming in IPC. So we are taking care that the training is provided to the bench chemist and all the analysts, those who will be working. So these are our future plans, what we are planning. We are planning more training. We are planning to conduct more awareness programs. Then we are also planning to conduct training on NABL 17025. We have conducted 3-4 training programs in 2019. We have conducted those for the state laboratories. Now we are planning to conduct these programs even for the industry and for the commercial testing laboratories. Next is we are planning to conduct PT program in herbal and cosmetics, and the very important initiative is we are trying to increase the inventory of IPRS and impurities. And because academia is also there, we have planned to conduct a certificate course for the M.Pharm student, and this is going to be a 15-credit course. The purpose of conducting this certificate course is to train the students, those who are passing. Before going to the industry, they can have some hands-on experience on the testing of drug and pharmaceuticals. Because generally the requirement of industry is that you should have trained person. For this purpose, we are just looking to collaborate with some university, and we'll be launching this course next year in July. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. This was the presentation on phytopharmaceuticals. जैसे कि आप जानते हैं भारतवर्ष known for its Ayurveda also, and I find that this being the last presentation but has a big role to do with respect to standards for phytopharmaceuticals. So this is a good and best work being done by IPC. I once again congratulate. I think you need thousands of congratulations IPC today for the best job you have done today. And with this, I think the best part is whenever we have such kind of technical sessions, so sometimes it becomes boring कि एक तरफ से ही one-way traffic है, so now comes the two-way traffic, the questions and answers. And I'm happy that I'm holding these 3 pages where I have got some questions in my hand. So we'll take one by one what we have with which have been provided. So one question has been raised. I would like to know the person who has raised this question to stand up. I'll just speak the question. In future, what planning for rapid sterility test official in IP and water activity test including in IP? May I know who has put this question?
Yes. Okay. Rapid.
Please. Oh, you are from? Ekam se. So it is from Ekams, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sir, for your query. And we always appreciate stakeholders' query because by that we can upgrade our pharmacopoeia, sir. Sir, actually, rapid microbiology, we have given approach to alternative microbiological methods. But I'm audible? Then if you want to use any alternative technology, there are various methods we have given our general chapter. Then you can follow any methodology and you have to validate that methods. And it is finally subject to the approval of competent regulatory authority. No, sir. No, actually, we have given a general guidelines to the industry. They can follow these guidelines and do use rapid microbiological methods, and they have to validate their method and they have to show equivalency with the IP method, conventional technique. And further, it is subject to your methodology and approval to the competent regulatory authority. This is the procedure you have to follow.
I am adding one thing. आपका जो ये method है, alternative method, it is an alternative method. Anyhow, you have to be follow or any dispute to the regulatory method should be complied. Very clear.
Yeah, what I have shown in my presentation, it is we have received a request from one of the stakeholders and it is under discussion with our expert working groups and hopefully it will be available in Pharmacopoeia in future. Because in this chapter, both chemical and microbiological parts are there. So it is under discussion with chemical expert, also in microbiological experts. So in future, it will be, hopefully it will be there in Pharmacopoeia. Thank you.
But one message is there that regulatory compliance is required. So again, there is some issue with the voice, I think, but I hope I am audible. The next question I have already read and it pertains to me only, to the regulatory. So I'll read the question and answer it also. If I would like to know who has raised this question. If drug I am already manufacturing is now included in IP, do I need to reapply for product approval with state FDA to claim IP on the label? So this question has come from some stakeholder. Okay. So well, it is very clear. See that it pertains to something, a product approval by the state licensing authority. So in case you are manufacturing a product and which has now come into IP, yes, you do need to have approval again from FDA, from the state licensing authority, because your product permission, which clearly states it without IP, means you don't have a permission because you are going to label it also. It pertains to labeling. We have a labeling expert also here, sitting here. So we do give permissions because as such, when letter comes, it may not be required, as Mr. Lalit Goyal is saying. But in Himachal, like we are dealing with 650 pharmaceutical units, so we do issue a general letter. A general letter you can have from FDA that all the products which you are manufacturing, you need not have individual permission for that. But for your satisfaction, for your records, now I am claiming IP, so that you might have a fear that if some auditor comes and says that your permission was not in IP, now you are claiming it in IP. So that is not a violation as such, but still for your satisfaction, FD office can give a letter to you to cover all the products.
Okay.
Okay, okay, and yes, please.
Let me also add one more point to it. The Indian Pharmacopoeia, as per the second schedule to the Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1940, the current version of the IP has to be used. And it includes that of any supplement, any notification, or any order issued by the competent authority of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. So, and if any monograph is not there in the current version of IP, immediately preceding edition can be used, but not further, you can't go further back. So that will become officially invalid and legally invalid. Thank you.
Thank you. And next point I see, it is not a question but a comment, a suggestion kind of to IPC. IPC team, please plan alternative test method for dissolution test parameter. So this is just a suggestion has come up from some.
Yeah. Who has raised this question?
Again from accounts.
Yeah. Actually, alternative method as per general notices of IP can be used by the manufacturer, but subject to validation and the approval from the regulatory authority. Otherwise, in case of any dispute or any issue, you have to follow IP method for compliance.
तो हम एक ऐसा क्यों नहीं लेकर के आते हैं कि उसमें जो है अपना टेस्ट 1, टेस्ट 2, टेस्ट 3 का पैरामीटर मिले.
It means you want IP should include flexible monograph policy. Yeah, actually this was the case earlier when we was having a fixed dissolution test or the related substance test. But from last few years, we have started adopting this flexible monograph policy like USP. So we are adding more than one dissolution test or the related substance test, which is based on the source of production. But we cannot go like USP also, because in metformin tablet they are having more than 29 dissolution methods. We cannot adopt all those methods. So we have to restrict it, and like USP, they are also facing some challenges, as we are the part of pharmacopoeia discussion group. And we used to discuss it. Actually, their US FDA, they have directed them to think over it, how much method they are going to include for dissolution. There should be some limitations also. So whatever method is adopted in IP, if someone is interested to include the alternative method in as a second method, they have to provide all the relevant data and like IV, IVC, stability data, this validation data, and all those things. Then our committee will verify it and will discuss it. If they found suitable and that method, alternative method, the second method may be included in IP.
But इस पे प्लान करना चाहिए. Minimum 3 मेथड तो होने चाहिए इसमें. अगर हम USP
Yeah, that's why we are saying the method should be in line with innovator or the first approval from the CDSCO. If you want to include the alternative method, which is approved by the regulatory authority, that also you need to submit all the relevant data to IPC, and that will be discussed with our expert committee for further consideration.
Okay.
So, okay, another question to the IPC team now. Any planning for trypsin and chymotrypsin API and finished product monograph for IP? It is with respect to the
Sani ji, is there any planning for adding trypsin and chymotrypsin?
As of now, there is no planning. Actually, if we receive some suggestion from the stakeholders, so we need the STP and validation data with the approval from the regulatory authority, then we can discuss in our expert committee for consideration.
Who is raising this question? So better you give your monograph to IPC along with validated method. We are trying to incorporate in our inclusion criteria.
सर ये ट्रिप्सिन और कार्बोट्रिप्सिन का जो EPI है ना, उसके क्या नाम पोटेंसी का बहुत वो है क्या नाम है confusion है. एज पर बीपी देखेंगे या यूएसपी में देखेंगे तो बहुत ज़्यादा कंफ्यूजन है इसका।
तो आर यू टॉकिंग अबाउट द रेफरेंस स्टैंडर्ड और व्हाट?
हाँ, नहीं, वर्किंग स्टैंडर्ड और रेफरेंस स्टैंडर्ड अगर आईपी में लेकर के आएंगे मोनोग्राफ को तो कुछ एक स्टैंडर्ड मिलेगा हमें। हाँ
Sir, we seek your inputs. You kindly send that draft monograph to us, and if our expert committee finds it suitable, we are open to add it in Indian Pharmacopoeia any moment.
And that should be as per our.
But it should also be that the drug should be approved by the CDSO.
I take, I was about to come to this. So you can just, we can have a discussion during the tea time also, discussion. And one question is very, I think I can make out it is from some student. And they are asking, are there any tools that students and freshers should be well versed in order to land jobs in regulatory field? If yes, can you name them? So again, I think it is just a question that someone is interested to come into the regulatory profession. And the Mool Mantra is the Parishram only. There is no specific tool because I find that you have to be updated with the basic forensic part, forensic pharmacy part, where you find some basics about the DNC Act rules and regulations. Rest, it is your basic knowledge basically, which is, I think, is asked in the entrance exam or the interviews for regulatory profession.
I just would like to add here, like the certificate course which we are planning, in that we'll covering the regulatory aspects also.
So, okay, thank you, ma'am. And one query is with respect to pack size, that if 250 mg is available, we want to purchase 10 mg, what is the procedure? So I think with pack size, there is
No 10 mg or packing size. Packing size is uniform. For reference, it is 200 mg. So no 10 mg. 10 mg is for the impurity only.
And our reference standards are relatively cheaper as compared to the standards of the other countries.
अच्छा एक चीज ऐड करना चाह रहे हैं 10 mg में कैसे ऐसे आप लोग करेंगे the requirement is more than 10 mg so the request for having a 10 mg vial is not relevant.
And why is IP not recommending EP methodology for antimicrobial preservative testing, which is more stringent than USP? This is another query by some
stakeholder. I think it is related to microbiology section. So I will again request, Indian Pharmacopoeia is for pharmaceutical industry. With the support of pharmaceutical industry, whatever observation you have, please share with us immediately so that we can discuss. We cannot take decision by our own. We have to discuss with our experts, and then we have to take stakeholders' comment by uploading on our website. So we are very transparent and open. So your suggestions are always welcome. So please send your queries and upgradation purposes. Thank you very much.
So moving to next one is elemental impurity risk assessment is okay or evaluation is mandatory to perform?
I think it is, as per now general notices, it is a mandatory test. You have to be ensured and product parameters.
Yeah, the product which you are manufacturing, you have to ensure that it should be free from elemental impurities, whatever is the limit is assigned in the general chapter of elemental impurities.
Another question is again related to the working in regulatory in another way the student has asked, and I think the ma'am has already answered that they are also introducing some course to that. And the last question we have with us is IP 2026 will be effective on 1st July 26, but can we implement any revised or newly published monograph and made effective before 1st July 26? Yes or no? So I think Dr. Kleisleven, this kind of thing we have already discussed. So it has to be effective from the date. And or there was some letter from CDSU, similar kind of confusion was there. If you remember, we had discussed on.
Yeah, effective date is 1st July 2026, but if someone want to adopt it before it, for the new monograph as well as for the revised text, they can adopt it, but it is not a mandatory requirement. But from 1st July, this would be the mandatory requirement for compliance.
But compliance date again is 1st July.
Yes. So I'll just have only one or two questions, live questions, if somebody want to ask, just 2 hands, then we'll move to closer of this session. Yes, please.
मेरा क्वेश्चन नहीं है, सजेशन है डॉक्टर बानी के लिए। in pharmacopoeia for protein estimation, there is two methods, by Geldal method. The one by the precipitation and one digestion by the direct method. So जो 40 mg हम लेते हैं और जो 15 mg लेते हैं और जब precipitate करते हैं, there is no method to get complete precipitation of the protein. हम जब transfer करते हैं तो उसमें भी loss होता है. And this method I have done by own hand, but we got only 17% maximum protein when you are testing 20%. तो मेरा ये कहना है कि जो 40% डायरेक्ट हम जो है डाइजेस्ट करते हैं उससे हमारा कंप्लीट मिल जाता है एंड यू आर गेटिंग द प्रोटीन कंसेंट्रेशन एट पार. तो मेरा कहने का ये मतलब है, सजेशन है कि डॉक्टर बानी इस मेथड को आप इंटरनेशनल, क्योंकि ऑल द फार्माकोपिया वेदर इट इज द यूएसपी और जो है कि this British pharmacopoeia or European pharmacopoeia, they have all the method of the 15 mg protein. तो आप उनको रिक्वेस्ट करिए कि ये मेथड काम नहीं करता है और कोलैबोरेटिव स्टडी करके उनसे आप लीडर बनिए और ये मेथड को हटवाइए. तो इसके लिए क्या होगा कि आईपीसी हमारा लीडर होगा वर्ल्ड में. ठीक है?
Yes, sir. Noted your point. We'll take up this.
या क्योंकि ये राइट जो है कि प्लेटफॉर्म में कहने का, हम मीटिंग में तो जाते हैं बात करते हैं लेकिन यहाँ ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव होगा कहने से.
Yes, sir, sure.
Very good suggestion and well noted by IPC team. And now we come to the last, and before that, Dr.
Number one, this pyrogen test. Again, I am telling you, that creates a real problem. Already somebody, Dr. Jagat Prakash has mentioned it, this 3R principle, and especially for the biological products. Dr. JP also knows it. For a pyrogen test of a biological products, number of samples, huge number of samples are required, and the rabbit every time. So please try to make it through bed test, and for that any validation required, that you do it. Whenever I raise this question to NIB, why don't you convert it to the bed test, the main question comes whether it's a validated or not. But from my experience, I can tell you, pyrogen test is mostly invalidated test. Nobody can prove that it is giving a perfect result. If the endotoxin is not there also, you may get a temperature response. So that thing, please IPC take care of it. This is number one. Number two, for sterility testing, you must mention it. This sterility testing is not responsible, not mandatory requirement for the regulatory testing. Because there are two types of testing. One testing, the manufacturer does it for the quality control of their product before releasing to the market. There definitely the sterility testing must be there. But when the sample comes from the market by the regulatory people, mean drug inspectors, for government to government analysts, there it should not be mandatory or should not be carried out, should not be part of test. Because number one, to carry out the sterility test, number of samples is required, much number of samples. Because there is no clarity on IP, how many quantities of the samples, vials or ampoules will be used. Because they mentioned it, for regulatory it is not requirement. As per the manufacturer's requirement, it is not necessary. But when you carry out a test of one ampoule or one vial, that may be passed. That cannot ensure that the other samples, which is being used by the consumers, they also pass the sterility. So I think you see to the regulators and try to get it off this particular test for regulatory sample testing. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Dr. Rao. And I think with this we come to...
Sir, 1 second. Biological,
yes, please,
let me
please.
explain it.
Other than factor 8 hemophilium के अलावा कोई भी फैक्टर 8 या ब्लड प्रोडक्ट उसके साथ काम नहीं करता है, क्योंकि ये हमारी खुद की स्टडी हमने किया हुआ है. Other than one product.
Yes, sir. Sir, in case of biologicals, pyrogen testing, in almost all the monographs, pyrogen testing has been replaced with bacterial endotoxin test, and only in the blood products, as Dr. J.P. Prasad said, alternate approach is given. If anyone had established a bacterial endotoxin test for that particular blood product, then that BET can be used. But that validation needs to be performed by the manufacturer. This with the approval of competent authority. Remaining all biological product, it is replaced. One wholesale pertussis is having pyrogen test. Remaining all are replaced with bacterial toxin tests.
So well, with these suggestions, I think well taken by the team. And before we close, I could see one or two questions from the back chairs coming. Yes, please.
Hello, sir. Good evening. My question is that if IP is including any monograph in IP Pharmacopoeia, Indian Pharmacopoeia, why not that there is reference standard and impurity standard are there in catalog?
Do you get the question?
No. The reference standard, we are also trying to get the reference standard as well, as and when we are receiving any draft monograph. But sometimes we don't get it. And the people like you are encouraged to send us the reference standard.
No, sir.
We encourage always. Thank you.
Adding some. The journey of reference standard was started in 2012. The monograph of total is 3340. So this time we are planning, we have given already in the presentation, new whatever requirement reference standard impurity will be incorporated in 2026 since 2026 July.
My second question is, if we are planning to planning any analysis, जैसे मेरे पास कोई स्टैंडर्ड है जिसका मैं 50 mg में सेल कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मेरा मोनोग्राफ बोलता है कि ये मुझे 250 mg लगेगा.
So you take 5 vial.
5 vial. Is it possible to mix all these vial and then analyze?
We have a single batch, you take 5 vial. If your requirement is 2.
Why not we are planning to change the monograph or maybe
the monograph is
enhance
after
the size of reference standard?
The quantity and all are decided by the committees and the validated monograph and the regulatory approval monograph. So we are not changing these.
Enhance the size of reference standards.
You can change. It is a fixed quantity, 200 mg, as per the requirement, as per the we have decided, our committee has decided.
No, sir.
But if you have a required, वैसे ऐसा कोई मोनोग्राफ है नहीं.
नहीं सर, fugidic acid
Actually
is
कितना?
50 mg.
हाँ?
50 mg.
50 mg required है ना?
No, sir. In monograph it is required 250 mg, and
no,
in vial we have 50 mg.
If you
नहीं उनका क्वेश्चन है कि मोनोग्राफ में 250 रिक्वायरमेंट है किसी में, हमारा पैक्स है 200.
If you see the monograph, we have given the standard that in the percentage form only. So stakeholder they can use the quantity at their own, but it should be minimum required material should be used. So if it is 250 mg, there may be the requirement for this amount, then only it has been mentioned. But in related and assay, if you see, in maximum cases, we have given in percentage form only.
No, sir, it is in sucralose IP and fugidic acid IP are 2 cases.
Yeah. If it is in a specific monograph, we can look on it. You can send the query through mail also.
You can send the mail to us, we can check it.
Okay, sir, thank you.
So I think we now move. I am bound by the time. I have responsibility with respect to time also. So once again, thank you all for this technical session and wonderful experience to be here on this platform with the IPC team. And once again, thank you one and all. Thank you.
And I thank all my colleague speakers as well as the moderator for moderating this technical session.
Sir,
okay.
मेरा
Please
क्वेश्चन है
raise.
जी.
Okay. Please raise the question.
सर जैसे आईपी में कोई भी टेस्ट है, CU बाई UB है और SA बाई HPLC है, तो हम ऐसा नहीं कर सकते कि बाई मतलब HPLC या तो हम SA और CU कर दें या तो CU और SA बोथ आर बाई UB कर दें.
अगर कोई ऐसा केस है
जी है सकता है
तो आपको मोनोग्राफ कंप्लाई करना है, पहली फर्स्ट थिंग.
जी.
Second thing, you can develop by the definition of alternative method, you can develop your own method. But again, any dispute, you have to follow
नहीं
IP method.
सर रीजन सीयू टेस्ट भी तो आपका एसए के ही पार्ट है.
That is fine. That we understand. Actually, you have to test 10 samples for CU, and UV method may give a result very faster. So at least you will save the time. But for essay, you are doing by HPLC. But alternatively, you can adopt a HPLC method also for using higher sophisticated instrumental technique. There is no issue in that.
मेरे कहने का मतलब सर मेथड तो एक ही कर देना था, या तो सीयू
आप
और एसए
सजेशन
दोनों.
दे दीजिए, आपका जो मेथड है आप भेज दीजिए, सजेस्ट कर दीजिए.
एक सर और है.
हाँ जी.
एक कंप्रोसेट कैल्शियम है जो आरएम है, वो बाई जो है मतलब ट्राइटेशन है बट थोड़ा लेंदी है, और जो यूएसपी का मेथड है वो बाई एचपीएलसी है जो इजीली है. मतलब अपना जो मेथड है मतलब थोड़ा सा लेंदी है. तो मेरे
Definitely, actually, we have mapped the monograph, and we have a list of monograph which need upgradation. This monograph may be also be the part of that upgradation. So we are gradually switching over from titration to HPLC method and this thing.
सर एक चीज और हो सकता है.
You can, if it is related to a specific monograph, you can send mail to IPC. We may consider it.
सर एक क्वेश्चन और है. सर जैसे जो फार्माकोपियल प्रोडक्ट हैं जिसमें डीजो नहीं है, ठीक है सर, और जो हम इन हाउस परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं उसमें जैसे हमारी तरफ से मतलब होता है कि नहीं इसमें डीजो परफॉर्म होना चाहिए. जैसे मान लीजिए नीमो पैरा है तो उसमें नीमो का अलग चाहिए, पैरा का अलग चाहिए. लेकिन कई ऐसे साल्ट हैं जो आईपी में है, जैसे सोडियम बाइकार्बोनेट, तो उसमें जो है डीजो नहीं है. तो क्या सर मतलब ऐसा हम एक्सक्यूज क्या है, मतलब मेरे कहने का मतलब है जो इन हाउस प्रोडक्ट हैं अगर हम उसमें डीजो नहीं करें तो कोई प्रॉब्लम है?
नहीं, डीजो तो मैंडेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट है. इफ यू सी द जनरल मोनोग्राफ,
तो सर जो फार्माकोपियल में नहीं है फिर
आप ऐसा करिए, मोनोग्राफ को प्रपोज कर दीजिए, डिसोल्यूशन ऐड करा देंगे.
सर देखिए, इंडियन फार्माकोपिया सर इज द मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट. You have to fulfill all the requirement of quality, safety and efficacy with respect to regulatory.
सर मैं जैसे रेगुलेटरी पर्सन ही वो.
We can talk this.
I think we can continue this discussion during the tea time. We can have, please ma'am, we close the session now, please. Thank you.
Thank you, the chair, moderator, and all our panelists to convene the panel session. In conclusion, we are pleased to share that today does not mark an end, but rather the beginning of a new journey. As a part of implementation of Indian Pharmacopoeia, the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission has planned a series of webinars across the country for over the next 6 months. These sessions will provide valuable opportunities for stakeholders to interact with experts, seek clarifications, and address implementation-related queries. We look forward for your active participation in this continued engagement. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Yes, we will now break for tea. And that's... You may go to your home.